Yeah, it's working. Okay. So I don't know if we really need this. Do we have the thing for? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. Now should we get the other holder for?
Well, we can do that tomorrow morning. We don't need more clutter here to.
And we can use this as a handheld. We don't have to use the. Yeah, if we have handhelds and we have. Let's leave this one here. Shabbat Shalom. Almost Hashemah. A pre-hug, yes. Okay, the live stream on. So we're all set. This is all hooked up now. So it's all put together.
Did you already turn on the live stream?
Yes.
So when they come to the Aliyot should
I'll
have.
wear one when I'm reading Torah.
Yeah, and the and the Aliyot should also. But just sitting out there, no.
We'll meet him here tomorrow morning for the hordes of people.
Yeah, well, I'm expecting. Yeah, I'll be so ready for like 15, 20 people. That's really all.
If we get 15, it'll be.
Is that that's so interesting? It's the first day of the Yontif. Of course, the attraction. The second day is Yizkar.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, on Pesach, how many people were here?
Came
for
the I don't
seventh
remember
day?
how many came. Not many.
Probably
Seventh
not.
day, very few.
It was very few people.
Yeah.
And that'll be the same turnout we'll have tomorrow.
The mall will start right with Ashrei, and we go right to the Torah service.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's a nice service. It's a nice. In Chicago, I had a huge Shavuot Mincha group.
Really?
Yeah, every week we had about 30 minyan,
How
and
big
we
a
had a
congregation?
seudah. We had a meal in Chicago. It was really large, but everybody lived in the area.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it made
that makes
walking
a difference.
really easy. Yeah. But they came and we studied. We always had some text or discussion with a meal. That's Seudah Shlishit. Murry even helped a lot every week. It was nice. So it brings back a lot of nice memories. Shabbat Shalom.
And almost goodbye, but
Almost.
is the Torah portion from Mincha going to be from
It's not so.
from
It's next
Nasa?
week, yeah.
It's my bar mitzvah, Holodcha. It's the one right after Nea.
That's right.
Oh, right.
You're going to have to make the next Shabbat Mincha for your
Right,
Next
yeah.
year?
Next year.
Next Shabbat Mincha, we had another Mincha that week. A halotah, the menorah man. Sawyer, haven't seen it.
I speak Polish. Like a Gillen Zion.
Study tonight.
It's not like Litvish.
What time do we have? Let's begin, everyone. We have.
So you're going away, so
We want to begin on time, otherwise we'll get, delayed. We don't want to be too late today.
okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we need to.
We have a nice little menu here. Doors open. Very good. We're on page 214. If you notice, all the little black print will be with Shabbat morning, and this should be nice white pages for everybody. Page 214. Ashrei Yoshvei Veitecha, Od Yehalelu Chasela, Ashrei Am Shekach Lo, Ashrei Am Shedadnai Elohav, Tila David Aramim Halayam Melech Shamilam Vaed, B'chol Yom Avarchek, Avdallah Shekalilam Vaed, Gadol Adnai Milam Ma'od, V'ligdalato Echeker, Torah Shmach Masech, Avorotach V'yagidu, Adar Kavododecha, V'nifrei Niflotecha Asicha, V'ezuz Vorotach V'yomeru, Elatcha Saprenam, Zecharatu Chayabihu, V'sitcha Chayaranenu, Chanu V'rochum Adonai, Yerech Apam V'go Chesed, Tov Adonai Lekol, V'rachamav L'kol Masav, Yodu Adonai Kol Masech, V'lidecha Yevarchucha, Kevod Malchutcha Yomeru, V'ratcha Yedaberu, L'hodia Libni Adam Zvrota, V'kvod Adar Malchuto, Malchut, Chag Malchut Kol Olamim, Mshaltecha B'tor V'ador, Somech Adonai L'chol HaNoflim, Zokef L'chol HaKfufim, Einecho Elech Yisaberu, V'yatanot Elahem Et Ochlam Bito, Poteach Et Yadecha, Maspil L'chol Charason, Sadik Adonai B'chol Dorachav, Chasib B'chol Masav, Karov Adonai L'chol Korav, Choshik Ruvemet, Ritzon Yeriav Yaseh, V'yet Shavatam Yishma V'yoshi'em, Shomer Adonai Kol Ahava, V'yet Koreshem Yashmid, Tilat Adonai Yedaper, Pivi V'reko B'sashem Kol Sholelam V'ed, V'anachnu Nevrechya, Mi'atza V'yad Olam, Hallelujah, U'valetzion Goel. V'yatakadosh Hashem Yisrael V'yaraseh V'yamar, Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzavot Kol Charetz Kvodo. ותסעני רוב ישמע אחרי כל רעש גדול, ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו. אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד, אדוני אברהם יסב ישראל אבותינו, לא יהיה בחומתו, כי אתה אדוני טוב לבשר וחסד תיתן אמת על יעקב חסד ואברהם משפט ורב מקדם, ברוך אדוני יום יום ימוסלם ותנסנה, אדוני ספדות עמה ומשגב לנו, אדוני שלוח יננה ביום קוראנו, לעולם אתה בתוכנו, ויפתח בנו תורתו, יהי רצון לפניך, שנשבור ונעשה, ונזכה ונחיה ונראה וירשת ברכה ושלט ונשלח וחיי עולם. למען יזמך חבול ואיתו מדדל המלותיך, ברוך הגבר אשר חנה לך יד אדם יפתחו, יתחו ותנה ידיעד כי ביד אדוני צור עולמים, ויפתחו וחיותי שמך, כי לא עזבת דורשך אדוני, אדוני חפץ למען צדקו, יתיר תורה ויתיר, יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, יעמד יברח חירותי, וימליך מלכותי, בחייכון ובימיכון, וחיי דכל בית ישראל, בגלה ובזמן קריב, אמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מברך, מעולם לעולם הים, יתברך וישתבח, ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתעלה שמי קדושה בריחו, לעילא מן כל בחטא ושירתה, ושפחתה ונחמתה, תמירן בימה, ואמרו אמן. ואני תפילתי לך אדוני רצון, אלוהים ברוב חסדך, ענני באמת ישעך. We open the ark, page 218. ויהי בנשוארון ויאמר משה, קומה אדוני, ויפוצו אויביך, וינוסו משנאיך מפניך, כי מציון תצא תורה, כי מציון תצא תורה, ודבר אדוני מירושלים we have a smaller siddur? ותגלה ותרם לך ודלה מזמן קרוב יכול פליטת הנפליטה מישראל לכן חסרח ממרצו ולמר אמן הכל הבו גודל אלוהינו תנו כבוד לתורה Kohen פה Kohen Levi if we're going Levi הלוי במקום הכהן בנימין בן ציל פייבל Ben Yaakov, Perut HaLevi, Baruch Shnatal Yosel B'Kedushato, V'atem V'Gibednai Loechem, Chaim Kulchem, Hayom. Baruch Adonai Barach Le'olam Va'ed. Amen.
Amen. V'daber Adonai al Moshe lemor naso et rosh b'nei Gershon Galheim leveit avotam lemishpechotam mibein shoshim shana v'mala ad ben chamishim shana tivkodotam kol haba litzvot tzava liavod avodah ba'ohel moed Zod avodat mishpechot hagershoni
Avod v'masa
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיים נותן בשכרנו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה
Amen. Yasher koach. Yamod ha'asheni.
Can we stand up?
Yeah.
Oh, because
Y'all know who's coming to the
Mario.
Mario. Mario, what's your Hebrew name? Nisim ben
רפאל וג'וליה.
Raphael v'Julia. Chazak Baruch.
ברוך אתה
Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed.
אדוני יבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen.
Amen. V'nahasu et yirot hamishkan v'et ohel moed miksehu v'mikseh hatachash asher alav milmala v'et masach petach ohel moed v'et kalei chatzer v'et masach petach sha'ar hachatzer asher al hamishkan v'al Kalei avodatam, ve'kol asher yeyaseh lahem ve'avadu, ve'yadi damar ben
Ben Aaron HaKohen.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נמצא בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen. Shakoch. Shakochacha. Mario. Shakoch. Yamod hashlishi mizeh.
Rabbi Ed.
Harav Edgar.
Yirmiyahu.
Harav, what's your Hebrew name?
Yirmiyahu.
Yirmiyahu ben. What? What's? Oh, here. Yeah, borrow. Yeah. Yirmiyahu ben. Harav Yirmiyahu ben. Uri ve. Harav Uri Yirmiyahu ben. Ben Baruch V'Leah. Chazak Baruch. After all that. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Amen.
Amen. B'nei Murry, למשפחותם לביתותם תפקודם מבין 30 שנה ומעלה ועד בין 50 שנה תפקדם כל הבא לצבא לעבוד את עבודת אוהל מועד וזאת משמרת מסעם לכל עבודתם באוהל מועד קרשי המשכן וברכיו ובעמידיו ואדוניו ועמודי החצר סביב ביניהם ותדותם ומיתריהם לכל כליהם ולכל עבודתם ושמות תפקדו את כלי משמרת מסעם זאת עבודת משפחות בני מורי לכל עבודתם באוהל מועד וידע אמר
בן אהרון הכהן.
ברוך אתה אדוני, אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתנו לנו תורה ואת החיי עולם נתת אחינו ברוך אתה אדוני.
Taken my talita.
Amen.
Amen. We must lift. There's no chatzikash. Yamdu amagbi avagolel. Please rise, everyone. There's no chatzikash for Shabbat Mincha. Who's lifting? Go ahead. Why not? Cold ball. Dizot Torah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael al pi Adonai biyad Moshe. Miz Moshe liyom haShabbat tov liodol Adonai lezamer b'shma le'yon lehagid b'boker chasech v'mincha b'leilot alei asur v'lei navel כי שמרתנו בפועלך, מסגר עליהם מעגדו, מסתכת עליהם מאות בשבתך. והיא שעמדה מעדי אביית המרום נעלם אדוני, כי נא יבך אדוני, כי נא יבך יבדו, יתפרטו כפלי אבן. ותרם כרם קרני בנות בשן נורנה, ותהייתי מצרים בשן נורנה. צדיק אתה בני יפרח, ירז בנם נסקושנים בבנה וחצור אדוני יפריחו, עוד ינבון בשיבה, דשן יפרנים יהיו ינא, כי ישר אדוני, צורי ולא עוולת בו. יהללו את שם אדוני, כי נשגב שמו לבדו, הודו לארץ ושמיים, וירם ירד ויעמו, תהילה לכל חסידיו, לבני ישראל, עם קרובו, הללויה. Yalel haradam yikum imkom kodsho Yisavor mitanesel mishol Ezozo sham mefak shefanecha Yaakov salam Mizeh melech hagavod Neguz v'gibor V'gibor mechamas yosharik v'shichem Mihu ze melech hakavod Adonai tzvaru melech hakavod selah Uvnocho yomar Ki lekolom natati lachem Torati ta'azovu Eitz hayim hi V'machazikim ba V'tom cheha V'ushar Diracheha Darachei Noah V'chol netivoteha Shalom Hashivenu Adonai Elecha V'nashuva Chadesh Chadesh Yameinu Chadesh Yameinu Kekedem Yitkadav Yitkadav Shemer Rabam Yamad Yivrachiru Tevin Lik Malchutei V'chai Yechol of Yom Echol V'chai Yechol B'Yisrael V'agam Zman Kariv V'imru Amen Yesh Mei Rabam V'rach Elam Maya Yiparachach V'yishtabach V'yitbar V'yitromam V'yitnaseh V'yitadar V'yitadeh V'yitlam Shem Medikudishah Brechu Leila Mikol V'chadav Shirata Tushpchat ברוכתה ונחמתה, מירם ימיו אמרו. Amen. We begin the Mincha Shabbat Amidah, page 223, through the Kedusha on page 225, and the remainder will be silent through page 229. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu v'Elokei Avotenu v'Imotenu, Elohei Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, Elohei Sarah, Elohei Rivka, Elohei Rachel, ve'Elohei Leah, Ha'el HaGadol Gibo v'Nora El Elyon, Gomel Chasadim Tovim, v'Yikonei HaKol, v'Zocher Chasdei Avot, v'Imahot v'Goel Livnei B'neihem, Man Shemo B'Yava, Melech Ozer Ufolkei Moshiach Magen, Baruch atah Adonai, Magen Avraham Ufolkei Sarah, atah Gibor Elam Adonai, Mechayim Itim Tarav Loshia, Morid Atal, Mechakel Chayim B'Chesed, Mechayim Itim Rachamim Rabim, Somech Noflim V'Rofech Olim Amatir Asurim, Umekayim Notoyis Shnei Afar, Michamocha Bal Gevrot, Umitom Elach, Melech Meminum Chayim Atzmir Yeshua, V'nei Amal Atal Chayot Metim, Baruch atah Adonai, Mechayei HaMetim. Page 225. Nekadesh et Shimcha ba'olam kishem shemakdishim oto b'shmei Maro, kakatuv v'yad v'yecha v'karazeh zeh v'yamar. Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzvaot, Malach la'aretz kevodo, l'mata baruch yomeru. Baruch v'namim k'mod v'rei kodsheka katuv le'mor. Yivloch l'laylam, Elohai Tzion l'dor v'dor, hallelujah. L'dor v'dor, ha'kid golecha, l'netzach netzachim, kedushatcha nadish, v'shifchacha Eloheinu mipinu li'amosh le'lam v'hed. Ki al-melech adov kedoshata, Baruch atah Adonai, ha'el ha'kadosh, atah echa v'shimcha echad, yom lecha v'kedusha v'imcha letata, yokre nebeis ha'gerani, Yaakov v'David v'tovot, chatav mincha shlema shetabot zebeyeket, yeshiyot tzemel, Yitkedal v'yitkedal shemei rabam, Yalma livrach kirutei v'lik malchutei v'chayechon v'imechon, uv'chayed v'chol b'kisrael v'zman kari v'imru. Amen. Yehi shmei rabba mevarach, v'yallam lamei hamaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitbar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh v'yitatar v'yitalev v'yitalash mekodisha, b'rich v'leila mikol b'chadav shirata, tushb'chatav nechmata damram yamav imru. Amen. Tzitka b'tzlon v'achon, D'chol Yisrael kotam, avohon v'shmai v'imru. Amen. Yehi shloma rabba min shamaya v'chayim aleinu v'kol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Ose shalom b'imromav, Hu yaseh shalom aleinu v'yakol Yisrael ve'imru. Amen. We rise for Aleinu, page 231. Aleinu l'shabeach l'adon hakol לתת גדולה ליוצר בראשית שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגור עלינו ככל המונם אנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא שהוא נטע שמיים ויוסד הארץ ומשה ביקרו בשמיים עמהם ושכינת זו בגבי מרומי הוא אלוהינו אין עוד אמת מלכנו אפס ונתון כך כתוב בתורתו וידעת היום והשיבות בלבבך כי אדוני הוא האלוהים בשמיים עמהם ועל הארץ תחת עינונו על כן נגבך לדנותינו לתקן עולם בברכות שדי כי לך תקרא וישמע כל השם לפניך ויקבלו כולם את מלכותך כי המלכות שלך היא ולעולם יתאים לו בכבוד ככתוב בתורתך אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד ונאמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד. Mourners and those observing Yahrzeit include the Mincha service with the Kaddish tone, Mourners Kaddish. Yitgadal v'yitgadal shemei Rabbah v'yalma divrach yerutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon v'yamechon uv'chayei v'chol Beit Yisrael ba'galam v'zman karim v'imru amen. Shmei Rabbah mevarach le'lam l'mei almaya yiparach v'yishtabach v'yifa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnasei v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal Shmei lekudisha brichu V'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechamata damiran v'yalma v'imru amen. Yishlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'imrumav v'yaseh shalom aleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'imru amen. I thought what we would do between Mincha and Murry, this is a great tradition to study, is that we take a couple of the Mishnayot from Pirkei Avot. So I'm just kidding, they're all beautiful. So let's go to page 260. A nice break between Mincha and Murry. Actually, it starts on. Let's start with page 259. The last two Mishnayot here, 6:6 and 6:7. The Torah is greater than priesthood or royalty, for kingship is acquired through 30 qualities, and the priesthood through 24. That's good numbers, but Torah is required through 48. Through study, through a listening ear, through careful use of speech, through an understanding heart, through insight, through fear, through awe, through humility, through joy, through attending to scholars, through considered discussion with companions, through challenging exchanges with students, through equanimity, through biblical studies, through study of the Mishnah, through minimizing sleep, through minimizing idle conversation, through minimizing desires, through minimizing frivolity, through patience, through a good heart, through trust in scholars, through acceptance of suffering, through knowing one's place, humility, through finding joy in one's lot, through making offense about one's words, through not crediting one's own successes, through being beloved, through loving God, through loving humanity, through loving justice, through loving honesty, through welcoming criticism, through shunning honors, through not becoming arrogant because of one's studies, through not being joyful in decision-making, through sharing in another's burdens, through judging others favorably, through insisting on truth, through insisting on peace, through settling one's mind in study, through asking questions, responding to questions, through listening and adding to the conversation, through learning in order to teach, through learning in order to do, through bringing to understanding to one's teachers, through being precise in reporting what one has learned, through reporting sayings in the speaker's name. From this we learn that the person who cites the source brings deliverance to the world, as written, and Esther spoke to the king in the name of Mordecai. And of course we know the great story of Purim. So that's quite an agenda we have for tonight. And we'll finish. How great is Torah for those who fulfill it, provides life both in this world and the world that is coming, as Solomon taught, for they are life to those who find them in health to all their flesh. And it further says in Proverbs, it shall be health to your body and marrow to your bones. And it further says it is a tree of life, Eitz Chaim Eva Malchazikim Ba. For those who grasp it, all who hold on to it are blessed. And it further says, for they are a graceful garland for your head and pendants for your neck. And it further says it will bring a graceful garland upon your head and bestow a glorious crown upon you. And it further says, from me through your days will increase and years be added to your life. And it further says, long life in your right hand and her left are riches and honor. And it further says, for a long like years of life and peace will they bring you. So that's why you're here tonight, to get long life. We'll finish with Kaddish to Rabbanan, and then we'll go right to Murry. Yitgadal v'yitgadal Shemei Rabbah, Yamad Yivrach Yerutev, Yamlich Malchutev, V'chayichon v'yimechon, V'chayidechon Beit Yisrael, B'agalav V'zman Kariv, V'imru Amen. Yehei Shmei Rabbah Mevorach, Elam L'mei Maya, Yiparach v'yishtabach, V'yitbar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh, V'yitadar v'yitadeh, V'yitalal Shmei V'kudusha, Breichu. Al Yisrael v'yal Rabbanan v'yal Talmideon, v'yal Kol Talmidei Talmideon, v'yal Kol Manda Skimbo Raita, Eva Atra Hadein v'diba Kol Atar v'atar, Yehei Lohon v'chon Shlama Rabbah, China v'chista v'rachamin, v'chayin arichin, u'mezonar v'vicha, u'furakanam min kadam, avohondi v'shemaya v'imru, Amen. Yehei Shlama Rabbah min Shemaya v'chayim tovim, Aleinu v'yal Kol Yisrael v'imru, Amen. Oseh Shalom b'mromav, u'barachamav yaseh Shalom, Aleinu v'yal Kol Yisrael v'imru, Amen. Would anybody else like to lead? I'd like to lead the Murry service tonight. Anybody? Chazan. Okay, see, you're the expert, not the amateur. But I had the honor of Mincha, so it's nice to have it. You want a tallit? You don't really need a tallit if you don't.
I would like a tallit,
Okay,
but I have to
can you
find
use
out.
mine? We should have.
So is
Huh?
I'm honored.
Totally honored.
Oh, I feel so smart now. Oh my word, it's just like. What was it? In the Wizard of Oz.
Okay, we're on page, I think it's 264. What page did I turn to then? 264, yeah. Please rise.
והולך ומכפר עוון ולא ישחית וירבן ישיבתו ולא ימיר כל חטאיו אדוני יושיע מלך ימינו וינקרנו ברכו את אדוני מביר יום ולילה, מבדיל בין יום ולילה, אדוני צבאות שמו, אל חי וקיים, תמיד ימלוך עלינו לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני, המעריב הרבים.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
כי הם חיינו ויורך יומנו והם נגע יומם ולילה ובטחה תסיר ממנו לעולמים. ברוך אתה אדוני
Baruch Shemo,
אוהב עמו ישראל. שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד.
Yehavt et Melech Eksha'tem otam yodei.
אדוני אלוהיכם אמן.
43A, it's the Yom Tov evening.
What happened? What happened?
Mistake. 43A,
Where's 43?
43A, Yom Tov. My mistake. Page 43A.
I got it.
Page 44. מלכותו ורצון קיבלו עליהם משה מרים ובני ישראל לחנו שירה בשמחה רבה ויאמרו עולם. מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נדר בקודש, נורא תהילות אוסף אליו. מלכותך ראו בניך בוקע ים לפני משה, זה לי אנו ויאמרו אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. ונאמר כי בנה אדוני את יעקב וגואלו מיד חזק ממנו. ברוך אתה אדוני גאון ישראל. השכיבנו אדוני אלינו שלום יעמדנו מגנו לחיים ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך ותקננו ויצא טוב לבניך ונושיענו למען שמך. ושמות צאתנו ובואנו לחיים ולשלום מעתה ועד עולם. ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך. ברוך אתה אדוני הפורש סוכת שלום עלינו ויה כל עמו ישראל ויה ירושלים. Leyla min kol berchata v'shirata tush behata v'nehemata damiran bi'an v'avimru.
Page 306, the Amidah for Shavuot. We include the passage for Motzei Shabbat, for Saturday night.
Baruch atah Adonai Baruch atah Chaim b'chesed v'chaim. Hada v'chada mikol ha'amim v'natan. כל השנה וגיד ושתיים צדק ורב להם שבעה. תבדל אדוני אלוהינו בין קודש לחול, בין אור לחושך, בין ישראל לעמים, בין יום השביעי לשש ימי מעשה, לקדושת שבת ולקדושת יום טוב ידעת. יום חג השבועות הזה זמן מתן תורתנו, מקרא קודש זכר לציון. יעלם יבוא ויגיב וירצה וישמע וקרא את זכר זיכרוננו, פיקדוננו, זיכרון אבותינו, זיכרון צ'קר דוד. רון ירושלים עיר קודשך, זכרו כל עמך ובית ישראל לפניך, לבליטה לטובה לכם חסד. יום חג השבועות הזה, זכרנו לנדבות לטובה לפקדנו ובוא לברכה ושיינו חיים וחיים ורחמים חוס וחלנו ורחמים עלינו מבתינו. מודים אנחנו לך. הטוב שמך לך מאוד עבדות. שלום רב ישראל עמך. אתה מלך אדון לכל השלום וטוב ילך לברך לכל ישראל וכל עת שלומך ברוך אתה אדוני מברך את עמו ישראל. עושה שלום במרומיו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו והכל יהיה it somewhere.
54, page 54.
Oh, thank you, sir.
The Siddur is very difficult on the
Bounces
iPad.
around.
It's all over the place.
Bounces all over.
יקדש יקדש שמך הפעם ימני ורשירותיו יניק מחותיו וכיכון מכון ומחי לכל בית ישראל וגלות מכרים אמרו אמן יהי שמי רבא מבורך לעולם ולעד בימיה יתברך וישתבח ויפאר ויתרומם וינסה ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתעלה שמי לקודש הבריחו לילה מכל בכתב שירתה תוש בכתב ונגמתה דמירה מימיו אמרו אמן תתגבר צלו דהון ובדהון דכו ישראל קודון בשמיה אמרו אמן ישלם הרבה משמיה ובחיים עלינו ביעקול ישראל אמרו אמן עושה שלום במרומיו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ביעקול ישראל ואימרו
The Kiddush for Shavuot Eve, page 79, and then
No.
we'll then continue with the abbreviated Havdalah, also with phones. Page 79. We're getting there, it's all over the place. You see?
Here it is.
Yeah.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם בורא פרי יגפה ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל עם ורוממנו מכל לשון וקידשנו במצוותיו ותיתן לנו אדוני אלינו באהבה מועדים לשמחה חגים וזמנים לששון את יום חג השבועות הזה זמן מתן תורתנו נקרא קודש זכר ליציאת מצרים קיוונו בחרת ואותנו קידשת מכל העמים מועדי קודשך בשמחה וששון הנחלתנו ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש ישראל והזמנים ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם בורא מאורי האש ברוך אתה אדוני מלך העולם המבדיל בין חודש לחול בין אור לחושך בין ישראל לימים בין יום השביעי לשישי ימי מעשה בין קדושת שבת לקדושת יום טוב הבדלת ואת יום השביעי מששת ימי מעשה קידשת הבדלת וקידשת את עמך ישראל בקדושתך ברוך אתה אדוני המבדיל בין קודש לקודש ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגענו לזמן הזה חיים
Amen. Made Shavuot together. This is very important because this completes my first year, the last holiday. Been through all that Shavuot. So, Aleinu, we'll finish with Aleinu and Kaddish.
And that came to.
Pick a page number. What page are we on? 56, Aleinu.
עלינו לשבח אדון הכל
לתת גדולה.
יוצא בראשית שלא עשנו כגויי הצאן ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה שלא שם חלקנו להם וגול עלינו לכל העולם אנחנו קודשים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא שהוא שכינתו זו בגובי מרומי, ורבינו אינו. על כן נקווה לך אדוני אלוהינו, לראות מהר ולבזוזך, להבין גדולים מן הארץ, עדינים מגרון יגרתון, לכם יבזו מלכות שדי. כי מלכות שלך היא ולמעט תמלוך בך, ככתוב בתורתך, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד ונאמר, היה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו ילמד יברח יקוטה וימליך מלכותה וחייכון ומכון וחיי לכל בית ישראל בעגלה בזמן חריב אמרו
אמן.
יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם עולמנו יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתעלור שמי לקודשה לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלום הרבה מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומה, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו
אמן. חג שמח.
Now we
We
go
did it
home.
now. No. We have lots to do here. We're going to freshen up. Oh, wait, we got to get up. That's yours. This is my weekend. We're going to freshen up. We're going to get a little food. We're going to get comfortable at the tables. And if we do this right, we'll be able to start right on time at 8:30 with Rabbi Ed Weinsberg. Is first with a lesson on peace, which we need desperately. So stay tuned. Thank you, everyone. Yasha Koach, Cantor Simon, and Ben Herman for reading beautifully. Thank you. Thank you so proud. It's fantastic. Well, it's Exodus. Memorites and the Kohathites.
There are actually two of them, one here and one in the city, and there are now, both of them.
We have to use, our presenters have to use the microphone. And if there are questions, also because of the stream. This one, and we have a hand, this one will work, we take.
I think we have two handhelds.
Okay.
This one and that one. They both have fresh battery. Yeah, we have
We have a
stand
stand?
right here. Now, what we need to do is to explain to people on live stream what's going on. Hearing us but not
So they were able to see our service.
here and.
Hello, everyone. Chag Sameach. We can't see you. You can see us.
Yes.
We're taking a little tune-up.
Just turn
10
it on.
minutes till
Just turn it
8:30.
on.
We're gonna be in.
have to test it.
Yep, we're in the foyer. I don't know, that was the decision made. I hope it's a good decision. Okay, everybody. Well, for later, we need it. Hello, hello. Now it is. Okay, that's good. You know, that will work. That will work well. All right, we're experimenting. It's the first time. In London, we had one long table and did this so everybody could see each other. But they felt that serving the food, we needed to do this. So if we can all make our suggestions if we want to change for next year. We can't do much for this year. So good evening, everybody, and welcome to all those who are with us in the stream as well. We're here to begin our Tikkun Leyl Shavuot. This is one of the genius contributions of the Kabbalists to mark Shavuot, the giving of Matan Toratena, the giving of our Torah. By what else do Jews do? They study all night long. Because as our ancestors prepared for the receiving of the commandments, the Luchot HaBrit, we now shall do the same, just as if we're at Sinai, receiving the Torah, thirsting for knowledge, thirsting to learn. And I think that we have a very, very interesting evening for you. As you can see from the agenda we have, I just dipped my hand in the cupcake, which is a good start for Shavuot. And we have all kinds of varied topics here, from war and peace, to the trope system, to the Weisenhaus of the Kaddish, and Rabbi Ishmael Omer, and then we have some Mishnah and Tanakh as well, Genesis 1 and Mishnah Brachot. So we have text, we have learning, we'll have discussion, we'll have plenty of time to discuss each of the presentations, and I think we are 8 minutes early, but that's fine, that's good. So our first presenter for Shavuot 5782 is a dear colleague of mine, and he is really been wonderful. He's an active member of our synagogue as well. We have a number of people from London, believe it or not, so that's why I'm explaining who you are. And we're blessed in this congregation to have a wealth of rabbis and cantors who bless this congregation every week, every day. So our first presenter Rabbi Ed Weinsberg. The topic, Tikkun Olam, War and Peace. Don't you, isn't this it? It's right here. It's right here. It's right here on the, yeah. Yeah, don't hand it out yet though. Wait, yeah. You've got it.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. Just call me Rabbi Ed. All this Edgar stuff can get to my head, you know. Before we get to the sheets, which we will discuss together, I want to talk about war. But even before that, you notice the overall headline for this talk is Tikkun Olam. The word Tikkun Olam does not appear in the Bible, anywhere in the Torah, in the Tanakh, or as some people call it, the OT, the Old Testament. Rather, it first appears in the tractate of Sanhedrin, in the Talmud, in the Mishnah, actually. And I should explain that the Mishnaic period, that is the post-biblical period for Jews around the world, started in around 50 BC with Hillel and Shammai onward through 250, the Common Era, as it's called, AD for those who really care. And I'll explain why. The word Mishnah, like the word Torah, means instruction. The word Gemara, guess what that means? Instruction, teaching. Because Jews have always had an intellectual bent of mind. For us, the text is sacred, and the interpretation of the text goes on down through the ages. We are really rabbinic Jews. In effect, Judaism is rabbinic based on the Torah, but we're not fundamentalist Torahistic Jews, if there's such a term, okay? And we need to bear that in mind. So we'll be talking about statements of the earliest rabbis about war and peace. To start with, though, let me explain why we're talking about the subject at all. First of all, it's a perennial problem. War and peace is an ongoing need for humanity, not just for Jewish people. But more immediately, we know what's going on in the world right now, and it's in headlines every day and every time of the day with Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. So I want to first talk about the Geneva Convention to give you a little perspective, because it actually relates to Jewish ideas which stand against war. Something wrong with the mic? Well, I'm hoping that people online here. It's on. Well, I can hold it. How about that? Oh my goodness. I can hear myself now. Okay, so as I said, to start off before discussing rabbinic ideas about war and peace, let's talk for a few minutes about the Geneva Convention. The Geneva Convention, its primary rules are as follows. The adverse party is only allowed to ask questions about the POW's name, military position, service number, and so on, but not about his religion, caste, or date of birth. Another rule there is prisoners of war are protected against all forms of violence and intimidation, public curiosity and insults. And one other, if a POW is injured, they should receive immediate medical attention. And the fourth edition of the Geneva Convention also protects civilians, innocent civilians, people standing by at time of war, from being attacked by the enemy. Well, we all know now exactly why Russia is going to be up for charges at the International Court of disobeying the laws of war. And these are laws of war, the restraints needed by all sides so that they conduct war, quote, fairly. Now, it's kind of oxymoronic, or more moronic than oxy, but you understand the concept here. Restraint in time of war, as foreign as the concept is to us, is what the Geneva Conventions and the other related matters try to establish. In the case of Russia, there's one problem. In 2019, about 3 years ago, a fellow named Putin unilaterally decided that the Geneva Conventions as regards harming of civilians during war doesn't apply to Russia. Unilaterally declared. And he gave a whole bunch of crazy excuses, none of which made sense. It's just what he wanted. And I wonder, having read that, maybe he already knew 2 or 3 years hence that he would be using that as an excuse in case he needed to kill civilians. Now, Thomas Friedman just came out with an incredible article, some of you may have written, that we are not just facing or hearing about a war between Russia and Ukraine. Rather, this is a war of Russia against the entire West. And what he says in a very articulate, interesting way is there is the United Nations of Europe, or United States of Europe, and there's the United States of America, who's egging on the United States of Europe to resist Russia and work adversely, to put it nicely, against Russian interests. And this is how Putin is now looking at this whole confrontation. So at this time in history, we are edging much closer to a third world war than we might have thought even last month. This is his point of view. We know that he will probably act on this point of view in a rampant, arrogant, roguish way, in a much more intensive manner, before he gets killed by cancer. He's going to do a lot of killing before cancer kills him. And this is a sad reality. Maybe the cancer is part of it. It's gone to his brain. Yes, it's been corroborated all over now. Yes. Say again? I don't know. But I'm just saying, at least as a figure of speech, it's gone to his brain. I don't say it's brain cancer. I'm not his doctor. But you read many newspaper accounts where his own comrades have hinted at that. So, no. And I'll say amen to that. So bear in mind where this tyrant is at this time of history. And remember that he has revoked the Geneva Convention, which protects civilians in time of war. So don't expect him to go any lighter. In fact, it's just going to get worse and worse as I see it. And the way he treats prisoners, trust me, that's in defiance of the Geneva Convention as well. Now, we Jews, through our history, are not new to war. In fact, at the end of the book of Numbers that we just started today, you hear about Moses' injunction to the Israelites to schmeiss the Midianites. And don't forget, from the get-go, all 7 of the Canaanite clans, idolatrous clans, were to be wiped off the face of the earth, man, woman, and child. Now, one could say, what good is a Torah that says that kind of thing? And it's a legitimate question. A lot of prominent atheists have pointed this out, including a few in England. I want to mention names of people I don't like. But having said that, it's a legitimate question for us Jews to ask. Now, I once asked a friend of mine, some of you may know Dick Friedman, Richard Elliott Friedman, as they call him, one of the more prominent Bible scholars in the world. He thought of that. I had a conversation with him. We've been friends since seminary years, about, 4 or 5 months ago. And he said, nobody has ever found archaeological remains that even demonstrate there was such wars between the Israelites and any of the Canaanite tribes. It may be more of a narrative than historical fact, is what he's really saying. And it's just also a fact that already in the 1st century CE, one of the Talmudic rabbis said these laws no longer apply, especially regarding the Amalekites. And by the way, it's often mistranslation. It says, remember the Amalekites and what they did to you when you left Egypt, when they attacked the vulnerable segments of your the older and younger women crossing the wilderness. It's better translated in my mind as wipe out every trace. Zecher means trace of the Amalekites. That is the implication, the direction. But again, there are no more Amalekites, you understand? So not to worry. It's that's how we say, a feeling of vengeance against those who would annihilate us. That's expressed rather than really a directive. Go forth with your armed might. Where are you going to go forth against when they're no longer extant? You follow? Same thing with the Canaanites. Already in the 1st century, he said, one of these rabbis in the Mishnah, it can't be done anymore. So bear that in mind, that our complaint about what the Bible says now in the, where are we, the 21st century was already echoed in the 1st century by some of our earliest rabbis. And here I want to clarify, when I mentioned the Mishnah, those are the founding rabbis of Judaism, the immediate post-biblical period. The biblical period, by the way, ends around 200 BC, some say with the addition of Psalms and other, but primarily Tehillim, Psalms. Post-biblical period starts with Hillel and Shammai, who we all heard of. And you'll hear echoes of their names when we read some attitudes about peace in a minute. What two types of war are there, according to biblical earliest rabbis? There's Milchemet Chovah, or mitzvah, the wars that are obligatory, namely for defense or for expansion of Israel's settlements. Sorry to say, it's not a new deal. And that was back in the time of Joshua, when he fit the Battle of Jericho. That was the first steps in that process. The permission, in fact, the injunction to go and resettle in the land of Israel. And the other is Milchemet Rashut, optional wars. One example of that is King David. As he expanded the kingdom, he did so without a direct divine injunction to do so. And it was okay from the Jewish perspective. I can't speak of the inhabitants back then. And this is obviously a subject which is fraught with controversy, not just among the Arab world, but obviously in the English-speaking world. I'm going to say it reluctantly, especially by some wise guys in Hollywood, people who just don't see that we do have a claim, we Jews have a claim on the land of Israel. But that's another subject, another discussion. In fact, the whole issue of war and peace is worth, you have 40 hours, not just 40 minutes. And I won't do that to you. Just want to point that out. So bear in mind that war has been endemic in Jewish tradition since the time of Abraham, not even going forth in Moses. How do we know this? Because of the story in Genesis where 5 kings, including those of Sodom and Gomorrah, were attacked by 4 other Canaanite tribal fiefdoms, we'll call it. They weren't really states, but fiefdoms. And Abraham was asked to help out, and he was particularly eager to do so because Lot was kidnapped in the course of those wars between Canaanite tribes or fiefdoms. And he went out with 418 men. He put together an army. Abraham, our founding father. And he succeeded in getting his nephew Lot back with the family. Mishpacha was reunited, and he was the king of, at that time, one of the chief, call it, religious gurus of his era among the foreign kings. Thanked him, a man named Melchizedek, even offered Abraham to take the spoils. And Abraham said, no, you keep the spoils. But Abraham represents the first armed effort on the part of Jews to protect themselves against their enemy in alliance with Canaanite people. So don't ever say that the Jews were against all the Canaanites. That didn't happen. And of course, as you said, there's much more evidence of saying Jewish people cooperated with the Canaanites. And I don't want to read those texts because we don't have time to, but trust me, that's how it all started. I just noticed today, I forgot, that when we sing the Torah portion, what do we sing at the outset of when the Torah is up? Kuma Adonai, We ask God to rise up for us and fight off our enemies. Boy, we are a belligerent type, aren't we? But it took a transition in Jewish history for us to turn to ourselves in partnership with God to safeguard our people. That just represents the old-time religion, but it's there. And frankly, if we thought about it too much, you probably wouldn't chant it. You know, God, do all our battles for us against everybody else. Nah, we don't really believe that, but we're comforted by the thought. So we utter it or chant it in beautiful, sonorous melody led by our cantors, nonetheless. Okay. Now, we have had a number of Jews stand up in armed rebellion against our enemies through history. Think of the Maccabees. Think of Bar Kokhba. I don't have to repeat this, but 133, the armed revolt. Most of the Mishnah was written during Roman occupation. So you've got to know that any reflection about the need for peace comes out of the agony of seeing occupation writ large over a number of years, to the point where the temple was destroyed, which was virtually like a Holocaust in their time, especially since all Jewish autonomy was wrested away from the Israelites, from the Jewish people at that time. And by the way, the word Jew only came up in the Greco-Roman period, so Israelite is more of the biblical term for us, just so we're all clear on that one. So that's just a beginning understanding of the notion of our might among Jewish people. We are not opposed to it. I know there's a myth that we are, but we're not. Again, especially for purposes of self-defense. And I do want to talk for a few minutes about the Israeli policies of making war. Some of you know this, that there's a policy in the Israeli army called Tehorat HaNeshek. It's part of a broader statement about Ruach Yisrael, the ambience or the aura of humanitarianism even during war. That's a part of the Israeli culture in general and of the chief of staff and all the commanders of Israeli army. Tehorat HaNeshek basically says, do not, even in times of war, defense, offense, whatever it may be, do not act in excess. And the word havlaga, which means restraint, is at the core of it. There's such a thing as attacking your enemy. And unfortunately, in a couple of incidents in Israeli-Arab wars since 1948, we know where there were excesses on the part of the Israeli army, usually because Israel didn't realize there were unarmed civilians hiding in houses which the Israelis blew up. We have to take that into account, even though our enemies, the Palestinians, don't look at things that way. So this is areas of controversy. Some of you remember Edward Said, the Palestinian philosopher. I think he was at Columbia where I graduated. And he was dead set against any excuses the Israelis would make. We, at least if we're Jewish or say, how shall I say, more circumspect, like to say you got to look at things in context. So if Israeli troops fire upon Arab or Palestinian civilians, it may be reprehensible, it may be god-awful, but it was necessary at the time of war or incidental to war. Look at recently in Gaza, right? Hospitals were used as ammunition centers. Israel did bomb hospitals. The world cried out. But if you want to be fair-minded about it, did Israel really have a choice after all the missiles that were first launched from those hospitals and elsewhere? But people like to see things from their point of view, and we have to appreciate that. I mean, I accept that, except we need to know for ourselves where we really stand when it comes to armed conflict. So here's some examples, reading from the Israeli Torah Taneshek manual. The avoidance of violence is part of Jewish tradition, and in times of war as well. For example, vandalism and warfare is not permitted. I remember reading Siach Lochamim. Some of you might remember the account of conversation among Israeli soldiers right after the 6-Day War. You might recall what happened there. You all know how it started by the other side. Israel finished it off in 6 days, but it was eye-awakening for many Israelis who thought of it. It almost had like a spiritual experience, in effect, or transformative experience by virtue of a war, feeling that we had avoided another Holocaust. Right? And their conversations were such that they reflected the need for peace more than ever. In other words, it wasn't war with a vengeance. It's war out of necessity. Milchemet Choma, just like the biblical understanding or the early rabbinic understanding of it. We know from Rambam that if a Jewish army, Israelite army, were to surround a city, about to capture it, it first had to offer terms of peace, and we'll see that reflected in some of those quotes. Rambam pointed out, Maimonides in the 12th century, a leading rabbi, scholar, doctor, another doctor in Jewish history. He pointed out that cities were to have 4 sides to escape, and that we needed to recognize the right of civilians to flee a battle scene without saying they are going to be captives of war. So that's a quick sense of Jewish views on warfare. And but again, I want to emphasize, we are foursquare against violence, except when violent means are necessary for self-preservation. The Israelites in the time of the Maccabees and also the Bar Kokhba revolt against Rome, perhaps they were, at least the Bar Kokhba group, who sought somehow messianic aspirations to redeem themselves, to exempt themselves from Roman imperialism. They were probably, how shall I put it, wrong in their judgment to fight an implacable foe. Many Jews were killed, and it's been observed not just by me, by historians, that if Rabbi Akiva, who was one of the greatest rabbis of all time, had not advised Bar Kokhba, to advance against the Romans, many Jewish lives would have been saved. And anyhow, Roman kept dominating the scene there and elsewhere in the world at the time. So again, that hesitation to advance in war is part of the Jewish experience, as well as the absolute, how shall I put it, condemnation of violence of any sort if it can be avoided. I know it's a delicate balance. We got to admit it. It's a delicate balance. But we can't pretend we're goody two-shoes through history, because we know war is necessary at times. And it's unfortunate to think that way, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. So with that said, let's look on these pages about what it is about peace we really see as redemptive and necessary, at least in the long run. Gadol HaShalom. And there'll be at least 5 or so times where that phrase is repeated here. When we get to it, I'll ask you to recite it in the Hebrew, Gadol HaShalom. So it starts with this. And I'll read the first, and then we'll assign people to read out loud and for me to comment. Rabbi Yehoshua, number 1. Yehoshua ben Levi. I got to say, he was a student of the final redactor editor of the Mishnah. Yehuda Nasi was his, and in fact, Rabbi Yehuda Joshua ben Levi, his son married the Nasi, Judah the prince, as they called him, his daughter. he was pretty known as a humble guy. So for him to utter several utterances, and his name is mentioned most often here, stands to understand. And again, in the matrix of Roman imperialism, and you all know about Pax Romana before we read further, right? Pax Romana, P-A-X, not P-O-X, P-A-X. Roman peace said, we will allow you, the conquered nations under Rome, to be fine within your own communities, providing you adhere to what we tell you to do, which is pay taxes, offer homage, and don't resist. Otherwise, you are going to be crushed. And this was the constant policy of the Romans. So when we talk about the need for peace, look at it in that historical context. What did he say? Greatest peace, for it is it's like 11 to dough, right? If the Holy One had not given peace to the world, sword and beast would devour up the whole world, as it is written, and I will give peace in the land. Now, this says something really profound here. It seems to say that the natural order is that of inherent violence, that the beasts would roam the land, and people would be killing each other, wounding each other, just not being cooperative with each other if it weren't for laws. And we know that's true. That's why Jews through history have often been the ones to be loudest in promoting law and order, or at least a stable government. That's always been our ally through history. And in this case, we know that peace is something that could bring us that stability, restore a sense of stability and tranquility to us. And what is this notion of as leaven to dough? Well, we all know, like from Passover, what does leaven do? It lifts up the bread, expands the bread, meaning it's expansive, and it probably tastes better. All right? So the world is more palatable with peace. That's really what this is saying. I need somebody to read. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, it works both ways. Absolutely. I'll repeat the question once you get it. Yeah, but it's a very good question. I'll repeat the question and then I'll answer it. The question is, waiting around for God to create a situation of peace for Jews and others is not the way to live. At least it's not an acceptable way to live. That's the brunt of your question, right? And I agree. So what the Mishnah does, more than the Bible for sure, instead of appealing to God to chase away our enemies, like we said just a minute ago with the Torah service, this is what we do. The core part of Judaic rabbinic thought is we are co-creators with God, and we are partners with God in implementing all our aspirations. That's a critical fact, so I appreciate the question. When they express this, they're not saying to the exclusion of human participation. They're saying, God, give us the strength to do this right. But without us, God cannot bring peace. And that's why Abraham Joshua Heschel was one of my teachers, probably one of yours. He wrote several books, but one of them was called God in Search of Man. God's waiting for us to take action. And that's an early rabbinic concept. Even if the Bible people rely too much on waiting for God, waiting for Godot, that old, like that play. So thanks for the question. All right. Do you want to read the next, beginning of that, if you don't mind, number 2? So my voice doesn't go wear and tear. Yeah, if you don't mind. Right. But just so you know, Ecclesiastes is supposed to be ascribed to King Solomon. So it's one and the same. Yeah, the they is the Israelites. So whatever happens to us, that's the theology. No matter how rotten things are, eventually we'll bounce back on our feet with the help of God. Or as they say in Brooklyn, Gott willink, right? But it's largely up to us with God's help. That's the point of view. And so what does it say? Basically, it's holding out hope. And I want to point out something. I think our good rabbi said this once also. Every prophetic reading, the Haftarah, of every Shabbat describes the death and destruction of Jews, often of their own doing, which I think is an exaggeration because of sinfulness or because of an aggressive enemy. But every time the prophet always ends on a note of hope. With all this destruction, one day there'll be peace in the land. That's the constant theme. It's like the half full, half, glass, half empty glass. We always look at it as half full, even with the rest going on in one generation after the next, after the other. I don't know if I can assert this historically, but it seems to me, maybe you agree, that Jews have gotten the wrong end of the barrel more often than most any other nationality over the centuries. And so we still have hope. It's an incredible kind of optimism. Although there's a joke about the difference between optimism and pessimism. I don't know if you heard this. What's the difference? The optimist says this is the best of all possible worlds, and the pessimist says, I'm afraid you're right. So there's different ways of looking at things, but we hold out the optimism which isn't necessarily justified in spite of the very real, verifiable tragedies in Jewish history. It's the Jewish way. Now, obviously there are plenty of people who are depressed over the Holocaust or any number of Shoahs in past history, but we try to emerge from that because we gotta live on. You gotta survive for those who haven't been able to do so. All right, so now we get to next one. Number 3, it's shorter. Need a volunteer to read that out loud, and I'll repeat it. How's about? You want to do that? Somebody back there? Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Wait, let's repeat after that in Hebrew. Gadol, everybody. Gadol HaShalom. Okay? Right. So now I want to explain one thing more, which all of our current rabbis and cantors probably are aware of. A lot of sentiments among Jews are almost intuitive. But then we look for a text to prove that we're right. There's a called proof text. So we'll even go to the book of Psalms, which probably is just somebody praising peace, and say, this proves, you see, this proves that peace is really right for all of us. This is, again, the same Rabbi Yehoshua who saw the decimation of Jews in the Roman era and so much thirst for the peace that was lacking in that era. Good, good. All right, so we'll skip a little. Number 7. We're going to go that. Now, this is Rabbi. Rabbi always means Judah Hanasi, right? Who edited the entire Mishnah, which means, almost 3 centuries of rabbinic teachings and matters of law in the year 250. Okay? So he was the master editor of the Mishnah, although one of the editors before him was Rabbi Akiva, a good 100+ years before him. And he said, all manner of lying is prohibited, except it be to make peace between one and his neighbor. So what he's saying, one of the most important rabbis in Jewish history is saying, yeah, you can lie. If, what? If it leads to a more tranquil household, as an example. And we saw that, the commentary with Abraham and Sarah, where Sarah fibs about what she really said about him in his old age, having a child, Isaac. Well, we've seen evidence of that in even rabbinic commentary on the early parts of the Torah. Now here's Bar Kapara, who says together, great is peace, Gadol HaShalom. As among the angels, there's no animosity, no jealousy, no hatred, no commanding, no quarreling, etc., etc., etc. And how do we know that? Because dominion and dread are with God. He makes peace in the high places. So what they're saying is, in the high places where everybody knows the angels dwell, there's nothing but peace. And that's why we say in the Kaddish, which we'll hear more about later, Oseh Shalom Bim Romav. God creates peace in the heavens above. May he do so on earth too. Again, it goes back to your question. God by himself, he ain't going to do it. But God gives us the strength to bring peace among ourselves. So the idea of angels in heaven are really emanations of God. You don't take it seriously, it's okay. But there are emanations of God in every fiber of our being. I won't go into that now, don't have the time, but just think about it. And in ancient times, they called them angels, emanations of God. Messengers of God is what Heschel called them, messengers of God. So now at the bottom, 10, Rabbi Yehoshua said, Israel is also called peace because in Zechariah, where we read there, the seed shall be undisturbed, the vine shall give its fruit. They interpret the word seed as Israel, that Israel is a source of peace which it got from the vine, God. Okay? So somehow in the compact or covenant between God and the Israelite people, we are designated kind of the designated hitters for bringing peace into the world. Then going to the next page, I'll just pick a few more. Number 13, Rabbi Yehoshua said, in the future, the Holy One, blessed be he, will uphold the righteous with peace, as it's written, the confiding mind the hopeful mind wilt thou keep in perfect peace, because we trust in you. Okay? It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we believe there will be peace, then we can make peace possible with God's help. Always add that caveat. Another one, number 14, great is peace because it accompanies the living as well as the dead, as is written. And Jethro said to Moses, go in peace. All right? Remember Jethro? He's one of the two people, not Jewish, who a parsha is named after. This was Moses' father-in-law. Just in between getting the people out of Egypt and going forth through the wilderness, this was Jethro's final greeting, a farewell to Moses. Go in peace. Okay? And maybe just one more. 16, said Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Israel, you have caused me to destroy my house and to exile my children. Now pray for peace and I will forgive you. Again, the idea, and you see it in the prayer book, that we were exiled from our land because of our sinfulness, often sins of omission, not reaching out to friends and neighbors and supporting them, as well as sins of commission, disregarding our religious foundations, were the cause of the destruction of the Israelite people. It's something I don't like to think about, and frankly, I reject most of that concept because I like to usually blame the victor rather than the victim. Okay? But there's this sentiment here. Great is peace, right? Next one, last one. Because almost all our benedictions, all our prayers end with the word peace. Now, why would we always end our prayers with the word peace? It includes the Kaddish, but also Shalom Rab al Yisrael, right? Peace is the most dominant of all values that are ensconced in the Jewish prayer book. And it's even said that when the Messiah comes, the first new circumstances that will occur to humanity will be renewed peace. But I want to close with one other final comment that's not listed here. It's actually in Pirkei Avot, which we read from a little earlier in the service, which says, according to Rabbi Gamliel, I'll get his name right, we know that three entities keep the world going. It's al shlosha dvarim ha'olam omed. The world exists because of three things. Al hadin, al hamet, v'yal shalom. It's because of law, sometimes translated as justice, din, truth, emet, and shalom, that the world exists. And I'll leave you with this thought, because that's really an image most people gloss over. I want you to think of those three words as kind of legs of a three-legged stool. What is the most stable kind of property that we can think of in the world of chairs? The four-legged, they could tip back. The most stable, just like a triangle, so to speak, is the three legs of a chair. And each of those legs is essential for the chair to remain stable. And so it is with peace. But what's really interesting is peace occurs last of the three. And that's because our early rabbis, in the Mishnaic period, the earliest rabbi said, you need din, you need justice, and you need truth for peace to come about.
Thank you. Thank you, Rabbi Weinsberg. Very well done. You reminded me of the dialogue that took place between Gandhi and Buber when the Jews were endangered in Germany. And Buber, who was not exactly a violence-seeking man, he couldn't believe that Gandhi had told him the Jews should just give up, be killed, and do not resist at all. And Buber said, that's it for Gandhi. I can't take that anymore.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's where Gandhi said, rather act peaceably in keeping with his dominant notions, which, Martin Luther King derived the whole concept of being peaceable rather than violent. Non-violence in this world doesn't always work.
That's right. As we're seeing in Ukraine, what are they supposed to do? Not fight. Yeah. So thank you very much, Yasher Koach. We are ready for session number 2. You did well, our introduction. Cantor, Murry, Simon on the history and development of the tropes system. And I will give you, if you don't mind, at 30 minutes, I'll give you a little heads up in case you want to take some questions or whatever, and give you a sense of how much time.
Out there? Hello. I like your microphone better. I'm switching.
No, I think this one.
But let's see if it's on now. Is that better? Yeah. Yes. Okay. So how many of you have had a bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah? So what did you have to do at your bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah? You had to chant your Torah reading, right? And your haftarah. And a bat mitzvah. Why, you didn't chant. You just read it. Well, that changed. That has changed. In the Reform movement, they did away with chanting 200 years ago when the Reform movement was founded. But for all the time the Torah has been read in public, it's been chanted for over 2,000 years. So when it came time for you to learn your portion, you had to learn the trope system, the cantillation, the ta'amim, the symbols, the little squiggly lines above and under the words. They stand for something. So do you have that sheet that I gave out? Because I don't have one. Oh, wait, maybe I have one in here. I have one in my briefcase. Hang on. So we're all familiar. We're all familiar with the Shema and V'ahavta, right? We chant that twice a day. You see it on the back side of your sheet with the colors? Okay, I just want to familiarize you, in case you weren't aware, but probably you are. Those little squiggly lines that are not vowels stand for a little tune. Okay, that's your tropes. So how did you learn it when you had your bar mitzvah? Okay, so what did you study with a Cantor? They gave you a tape, a record. You just had to memorize it. But you had no idea what the heck you were memorizing. You just knew you had to do it. If you wanted to have a party, you had to do it. That was the carrot. So you learned it, but you had no idea that there was a system involved in this. And it's been around for a very, very long time. So I'm going to give you some background and some history in it. I just also want to show you this. This is my grandfather's Megillah Esther. And I brought it in because it's sort of representative of what it looks like in the Torah. I don't have a Torah to show you. So this is what it looks like when you come up to read the Torah, right? So what's missing from here? Everything. What? There's no vowels. There's no trope markings. There's no punctuation. There's no demarcation of sentences. You don't know if you're the third sentence, the fourth sentence. There's no chapter markings. It's just the letters. So it's a little bit daunting to come up. I know Rabbi Altshuler can come up and just read it right off the bat. And olden days, people could do that. They would just come up and read it right out of the scroll. But we need a lot of help these days. So the trope system is there to provide that help. So it was commanded, if you look on your sheet here on the other side, it was commanded by Moses. Or maybe it's not on here, but I'll tell you about it anyway. Moses bids Bnei Yisrael to read the Torah at a great convocation every 7 years on Sukkot, when they were all gathered in Jerusalem. That's in Deuteronomy 31. Once every 7 years, the Torah was read in public. So, of course, you're going to remember it after you hear it once in 7 years, so that the next time you hear it 7 years later, it's still very much in your memory. Forget about it. Did you ever tell your child to stop doing something once, and did they do it? You can't tell anybody anything once and figure that they'll understand and they'll absorb it. So what happened? It wasn't until we came back from the Babylonian exile that Ezra HaSofer said, no, we are now going to read the Torah in public all the time. He introduced the public reading of the Torah that was described in the book of Nehemiah. So anything that's read in public has a trope system assigned to it. Because when it was read in public, it was not read, it was chanted. It was chanted in a sort of singing kind of a system, a singing kind of a manner. It's interesting to note that only those books of the Tanakh, there's 39 books in our Bible, only the ones read in public have a trope system assigned to it. The ones that are read in private do not. So what does that include? That includes what? The Torah, right? That's 5 books. And then it includes the Haftarot, which are taken from the prophets, from all different sections of the prophets, the Haftarot, and then the Megillot. So those are the books that are read in public, and they have trope systems. So you just had to know how to do it. It was handed down by tradition, and if you paid attention, you learned it, and then when it was your time to get up, you could do it as well. Nothing was written down because it was sacred. So you just had to know it. And it was perpetuated that way. There was something that happened along the way that was called Koranomy. Koranomy were hand signals. And those hand signals were flashed to the reader. And the person who did that was called a tomech, and he was the helper, who usually stood at the right side of the reader and would flash hand signals to indicate what the tunes would be. And I actually learned a system of hand signals. This obviously is sof pasuk, which means a vertical line, right? That's the symbol. So this is katon, which is the go-ahead group. And etnachta is the pause group, and so forth and so on. This is called Koranomy. So to have hand signals that would alert the reader as to where they were going in terms of what tunes they were singing. That's the way it happened all the way along until we get to the 9th century. And it was sort of a balagan. Everybody had a different way of doing it. So it came to the Masoretes. This was the Ben Asher family that lived in the Tiberias section in the Galilee, and they systematized what the tropes were. So this is what they did for us. They assigned to the words vowels. They're the people that invented the vowels. So you would pronounce the words correctly, okay? They assigned to the reading the trope symbols, but that was only used to practice. Of course, the trope symbols don't exist in the Torah or any of these other books. But when you prepared it, you would prepare it with a book called a Tikkun, which helped you to prepare it. On one side was the vocalized text with the vowels and the punctuation and the trope markings, and the identical words are on the other column. That is the way it looks in the Torah. So you would prepare it on this side and then transfer it to the side the way it looks in the Torah. And they systematized the trope system. So the Ben Asher family in the 9th century and thereafter, everything was then fixed, that this is the way it's going to sound. Now we know that chanting of holy text was already established for about 1,000 years, because it says in the Talmud, and that was my quote at the top of the page, the Bible should be read in public and made understood to its hearers in musical and sweet tones, And he who reads the Torah without tune shows disregard for it and its vital values and laws. So we are commanded in the Talmud that we have to chant the holy text, the sacred text, when it's read in public. And then it was finally, in the 9th century, codified by the Masoretes, and that is called the Masoretic text. The text that has punctuation, has vowels, and has trope markings. Now, what is the benefit of that? The benefit of the tropes helps us in many, many ways. Incidentally, the terms cantillation, which comes from the Latin, cantare, means to sing, right? Cantillation, cantor, cantata. Yes, all these words that we know in English come from the same root of Latin, which means to sing. The word tropes is a Greek term which means to give emphasis or accent to the words. And Hebrew is the ta'amim, or ta'amei mikra. Now, we all know the Yiddish word ta'am, which means taste or spice. What the ta'amim do is they spice up the reading. They make it taste good. They're tasty. I love that term, ta'amim, the spices, the tastes. So the function of the cantillations are thus. The cantillations collect the words into meaningful phrases. So you don't stop in awkward places. Got it. They serve as punctuation. There's a group that moves the sentence ahead. That's the katon group. Mapach pashta muna katon. There's the group that is the pause group. Mercha tibcha munach et nachta. Pause. It even sounds like it musically. And then there's the final group. Mercha tibcha mercha so pasuk. End of sentence. The term sof pasuk means end of sentence. So it functions as a period. So the tunes actually serve as punctuation. Moving the sentence along, the katon group, that was the symbol, the 2 dots. Then the etnachta, the pause, etnachta, from nach to rest, comma. And then sof pasuk, end of sentence. That is your period. Those are the functions of the cantillations, but we also have other benefits from them. Of course, when you put a tune to something, it's a mnemonic device. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. If you were to ask a small child to memorize 26 letters of the alphabet in succession, it might be a chore. But if you put it to that lovely tune, they learn it very quickly. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, so it's a mnemonic device. It helps you to remember when you put a tune to something. Also, chanting something attracts attention. Don't forget, the Torah was read in public. It was read in the square, in the marketplace. Of course, there's a lot of zhuzhing going on. If you've ever been to Machane Yehuda, you would know. To try to attract someone's attention would be very difficult. So to chant something would attract attention. So people say, what is that? Let's go check it out. Something's going on over there. Of course, when the Masoretes, the Ben Asher family, finally codified how the tropes were used and which tropes would be used, they standardized the chanting. So it wasn't every person for themselves, and pretty much we all do the same thing. I also like to think that chanting is a connector, one of those Jewish connectors, because mostly all congregations except Reform chant the Torah, chant the Haftarot. It's something that connects us as Jews. I would tell my bar mitzvah kiddies that once they learned this system, they could chant the Torah anywhere in the world. They could go to, of course, Israel, chant it there, any place in the world, because they would know that this is something that Jews do all over the world. And it's not only connecting you with Jews here and now, but hey, my father, my grandfather, my mother, not my grandmother. She did not chant from the Torah. But my father, my grandfather, and beyond chanted from the Torah when they had their bar mitzvah. And of course, my son, my grandson, my daughter, my granddaughter will do the same. So it not only connects us with Jews all over the world, but connects us with generations past and generations yet to come. And it does create an aesthetic. So when you have some music, some people say, does the trope interpret the words? Not really, because the tunes are fixed. So you can't say that it interprets the words, although there are a few times in the Torah where it's very interesting. If you have a trope like Shashelet, which is the longest trope, yes, it only occurs 4 times in the whole Torah. Shashelet. Is that how you do it, Don? Or you could do 3 pazeres. Shashelet. So that comes on the word he tarried when Jacob was coming back, and he came to the fork in the road, and he tarried there and he slept for the night. So it's very interesting that they assigned that longest trope to the word, and he tarried there. He waited. Okay. But otherwise, the tropes don't really interpret the text, but they give us a vehicle for communicating the text, which is intelligible, so that you stop at the right places, you phrase it properly, and it also tells you how to pronounce the word. So another function of the tropes is pronunciation, because the trope was always placed on the accented syllable of the word. So if most of the time, 80% of the time in Hebrew, the accent's on the last syllable. But if it's somewhere else on the word, the tropes will tell you that. Ma tovu oholecha Yaakov. Tovu, the accent's on the first syllable, not the second. How goodly are your tents, O Jacob. The tropes tell you how to pronounce the words because they always appear on the accented syllable. There are 6 systems of tropes. Interestingly enough, the Torah has 2 systems. The system you use all year long, it's read 4 times a week, right? Did you know that the Torah is read 4 times a week? Yes, of course you did. So Shabbat Mincha, as we did tonight, Monday and Thursday morning, and then, of course, on Shabbat. So the Torah is read 4 times a week, and there's a system for reading that occurs all throughout the entire year. However, when we come to the Yomim Noraim, the high holy days, there's a special trope system just for the Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And it's different than what we do all year round. So the trope for the Torah has 2 systems, for all year round and the high holy days. Now the Haftarah has its own system that sounds different than the Torah. It's a little bit more elaborate. I think it's a beautiful melodic system. And the Megillot have 3 systems. Now, how many Megillot are there? 5 Megillot. So let's see, 3 systems for 5 Megillot. Well, here's how it breaks down. The Megillat Esther has its own system. Okay. Eicha, Lamentations, has its own system. And then the other 3 that are left, Ecclesiastes, Ruth, and Shir HaShirim, share a system. So there are 3 systems. So we hear the book of Ruth being chanted on Shavuot, it shares a system with Shir HaShirim and Kohelet. So we have 6 systems. However, there are many traditions. We use probably Ashkenazi, as close as possible, the Ashkenazi system. But there's a Sephardi system that has 6 systems, okay? And then Yemenite has 6 systems, and so forth. Baghdadi, Syrian, Moroccan, Egyptian, all have 6 systems. So we have a quite complicated system of chanting that we use depending on our tradition. We mostly are Ashkenazi, but in my congregation in Princeton, I had someone who was Yemenite, and he loved to chant using the Yemenite system, and I just love to listen to that person because, first of all, the words sound different. The pronunciation is a little bit different. There's W's. We don't have W's in the way we pronounce Hebrew, but they have W's. And but his system was fascinating. I love to hear it. Incidentally, there's a system used in the UK for the Haftarot, which is different than the one we use. And if you remember the Hertz Chumash, the Hertz Chumash had the British, because Rabbi Hertz was from the British Empire, and it's written out in the back of the Hertz Chumash in musical notes, and that's the system that they used in the UK. And I had a member of my congregation up in the Boston area who, that's the system that he learned, and he would use that when he would chant the Haftarah. And it's a beautiful system. I love it. It sounded gorgeous, but I just wasn't familiar with it. Bill Freund uses that system, so he learned it in probably Germany. So you're chanting Haftarah tomorrow, aren't you? I can't wait to hear it. So if you turn this over, yes. And it's a valid system, so you say to yourself, hey, wait a minute, how come Egyptian, it's totally different. So as I said, there are different traditions, all have 6 systems assigned to them. 2 for the Torah, 1 for the Haftarah, and 3 for the Megillot. So if you turn the sheet over, I'm marked in different colors the different tropes, okay? So we all know it because we sing it by heart. V'yahavta is a katon group, which means go ahead. Et Adonai Elohecha is your etnachta, or pause. That's your comma. B'chol levavcha, b'chol nafshecha, u'b'chol me'odecha. Sof pasuk, end of sentence. Okay, so, and we all know this, right? So I don't have to sing it for you. But sometimes we sing things incorrectly. When I would teach it to my kiddies, I tried to get them to do it the right way so that they follow the tropes. For instance, B'chol levavcha u'b'chol nafshecha u'b'chol me'odecha me'cha tibcha sof pasuk. But a lot of people sing B'chol levavcha u'b'chol nafshecha u'b'chol me'odecha, which is not correct. It's repeating the wrong tropes, but that's the way they learned it. Interestingly enough, the Shema sentence is from the Torah, and it has tropes assigned to it. You see under the Shema the little sort of like half parenthesis, and then under the Yisrael, the wishbone. That's an etnachta group. So it's tibcha etnachta. So if you were chanting this out of the Torah, you wouldn't be singing Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohei. No, that was a tune written by Solomon Zulzer in 19th century Vienna. No, you would chant it the way it's according to tropes. So Shema Yisrael, and Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad is a sof pasuk group. Mercha tipcha, mercha sof pasuk, or sof pasuk. So it would be Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad, which is the way it would sound if you were chanting it out of the Torah. When you get actually to at Hanan, it's in the Hanan. That's the way we chant it in the Torah. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. And you see in the Torah, and it's written the way it is here, the last letter of Shema, the ayin is larger, and the last letter of the word Echad, the dalet, is larger. So there's a reason for that. Again, reading out of the Torah without vowels and punctuation, you might be tempted to mispronounce the words. So Shema, which means hear, listen, hearken up, listen up to this. But Shama means maybe, perhaps Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. No, that's not what we want to say. So you have to use the ayin and make it larger so you know that it's the imperative of listen up. And echad has the daled larger. Sometimes the daled's mistaken for a resh. So the word would be acher, which means another. So, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is another. Another what? Another God. Uh-oh, we don't want to say that either. That is not communicating the very, very important concept of God being one, monotheism. So then they take the two letters, the ayin and the dalet, they put them together, it becomes the word aid, which means witness. So we're bearing witness to the fact that, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. And you pronounce it, and you read it, and you pause exactly the way the trope system tells you. Shema Yisrael, hear, O Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. I have some colleagues that take the trope system and they apply it to the English translation, so that a lot of us don't understand the Hebrew when we're doing a haftarah. So they take the tropes and they apply it to the English, and they chant the English with the tropes, which I think is very inventive, because it still accomplishes the same thing, and people are understanding what you're saying. And kol hakavod to them for doing that. So there are many, many benefits for knowing the trope system, as I said to you before. And thank you to the Ben Asher family for codifying it in about 1,000 years ago, so that we are all doing the same thing, and we are the benefit of pronouncing the words correctly because the tropes come on the accented syllable, that we are phrasing the words correctly because they gather the words into groups in the sentence that makes sense, and that they serve as punctuation. They tell us where to pause, and they tell us where to stop. Question, sir?
Yes. I have one question, which is, since you get a lot more Torah readers, if you punctuated the scroll, why don't we do that?
Why don't we punctuate the scroll? I'm not going to do it.
That's right.
Well,
Tradition. That's the way the scrolls were written.
I can't change anything. I'm just a humble servant.
But I've been in Reform Synagogue where they started punctuating. And the thing,
No. Do you remember that scene in the Raiders of the Lost Ark when they tried to open the ark and that bolt of fire came out and that person's face melted off? That's what would happen if you tried to do that. So basically, and here's where I'll finish and wind everything up, is that I used to liken it to rapping, and the kids related to it, because what it really is doing is giving you a vehicle for expressing the words. It's not really singing, you're not performing, but you're speaking on pitch. So it's sort of da 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 rapping. So what you're doing is speaking on pitch. It's called Sprechstimme. It's a term that you're speaking with your voice and declamation that attracts attention, and hopefully people will be hearkening to the words. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Cantor Simon. I just want to mention a couple things. First of all, Joel had asked me if there was a gray Mercedes parked in the loading zone. If there's anybody who has a gray Mercedes parked, well, go ahead. It's all yours, apparently. All right, that was, he told me to ask if anybody did that. And secondly, you should know that the best coffee chain in Israel, which is really cool because it's Israel, is called Etnachta. From the root Noach, to have a rest. What do you do when you have a cup of coffee? You have an Etnachta. But it's so, only in Israel will you find Etnachta, a trope name, as a coffee chain. So anyway, when you go to Israel, remember that. Go to Etnachta. You have a question, Ben? Yeah.
I have it for the table. It's a game.
And then we'll take a couple-minute break if you need to stretch. We have to endurance test here.
I've had this question for a long time, never found an adequate answer, which is, why is the Torah written in that way, with no punctuation, no sentences? Is that discussed in the Gemara or the Mishnah? Is it discussed by language scholars, people who understand Proto-Hebrew and Hebrew? Why was it written in that way?
Yeah, the nikudot, the vowels, were a much later invention. And we don't know exactly how many words were pronounced before the Masoretes systematized the vowel system. But, Joel, I asked, nobody... Oh, okay. So we really don't know. It's interesting with the Masoretes, a couple of things I would mention. The Masoretes set where verses ended. Yeah, that's what the Sof Pasuk. That didn't exist. We have quotations in the Talmud in which we really don't know. They debate where a verse is supposed to end or not. So you have to understand the Masoretes between the 6th and 9th centuries, they really systematized something that we didn't have a system for. We really didn't know how everything was pronounced. There were no vowels that were mentioned. So there's discussion about vavs and disappearing vavs in certain words.
I understand all that, but I'm trying to understand why originally it was like that. I mean, if you look at other texts from other languages...
No vowel. I don't know of any ancient language that they had punctuation marks in the text. Yeah. It saved space too. Yeah, that is. You see old manuscripts like the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the language and the text are completely scrunched together. Yeah, so it was saving space and material. And by the way, in the Gemara, when you study Talmud as well, you're supposed to chant the text. If you go to a yeshiva, Rabbi Yosef, yeah, with a.
I meant to include that. There's. It's.
Well,
I was going to say that it's called the study mode.
Exactly.
It's not cantillation, but it's a certain tune. It's a certain mode, and you're right. That's
right. Yeah.
That's called the study mode. It's
That's
not
right.
cantillation, but it was to help you get the text out and to remember the
was
text.
that whole musical?
If I would have taken a plane to Boston, I would have gotten
What
there
is the safest
much
place to
sooner than
go?
driving.
That's right. Thank you, Cantor Simon. That was fantastic. Terrific. Now we all want to sign up and learn the trope.
So I don't have a specific text for one person. I gave every table a packet because I am forever a teacher and educator. So in your packet, you have
what is this?
the big papers have the names of the different Kaddishes.
Okay.
And then the little things are going to be the attributes that you're going to add to each of the Kaddishes. Okay, so I figured at this point we would be tired, and getting you to move a little bit or do something different might be helpful. And if you hate doing things like that, then you can just stare at me while I speak. So you should have, there should be a Kaddish de Rabbanan, so you can put that one out. You have the burial Kaddish, the Chatzi Kaddish, Kaddish Shalem, and Mourner's Kaddish. Yeah, if you need to get up and stretch, it's a good time to do that. But you can move them, put them around the table, and then these little things will be, you'll put them on the Kaddish that it's applicable to after I talk a little bit. So I guess we're taking a little break, so you can take a minute and, no, keep going? Okay. All right, so obviously, even a rabbi before teaching anything, sorry, I need to get my sparkly bottle. Even before teaching something, we basically know we spend hours and hours and hours studying the topic, because that's the privilege of being a rabbi, right? To me, being a rabbi, my favorite part of being a pulpit rabbi was getting paid to study. So if you can take the time to study and really learn, and then you realize how little you really know, even as a rabbi. So Mourner's Kaddish is the one that people know most about. There are so many jokes about the Kaddish. I mean, I have real stories to tell. I'm sure every rabbi has real stories to tell about the Kaddish, and people mixing up Kaddish and Kiddush. I once had some people in town in Colorado Springs who looked at our we didn't even have a website back then, but looked at something that gave a list of what we did at our synagogue, and they saw that Kiddush was after services. And so they came after services for Kaddish, because they didn't know the difference between Kiddush and Kaddish. So it was very sweet, actually. They weren't living Jewishly, but they had a Jewish parent that died, and one of the requests the Jewish parent had was that they say Kaddish for them. And so they didn't know what it meant, and they didn't know what it was, but they came to me after services, and we're all, walking around eating and drinking, and they're like, when's the Kiddush? I'm like, this is it. And they're like, no, we have to say the death prayer, right? So the death prayer is what people understand the Kaddish to be. And so we have stories of, confusion, and also so many different Kaddishes, like which one are we supposed to do when? Why is this one here and not there? Why does this have an addition? Why does this not? So we're going to go through some of that. So first of all, we know that the Kaddish is not written in Hebrew except for the last line. It's written in Aramaic, which is the vernacular of Bavel, right? It was a vernacular. That was what we spoke, basically. It was what we spoke even in, if you remember, I think the only reference people had was that Passion of the Christ movie, when they tried to do the movie in Aramaic. Do you remember that? It wasn't right, but that was like when I talk about Aramaic in the secular world, that's like the reference everyone has. The question is, it was the vernacular of that time. Why are we still saying it in the vernacular of that time period? Why are we still saying it in the Aramaic, which the Gemara is also basically written in Aramaic with Hebrewish. It's Aramaic and Hebrewish kind of mushed together with a little bit of Greek and other things. But the idea of it being in the vernacular was to give it a function in everyday life, to connect everyday life to the prayer, right? So it was taking the holy and infusing it into everyday life, right? And that's the idea of taking something and putting it in the vernacular, because you understand what you're saying, and you can take the holy words and weave them into your life. But it's not our vernacular anymore. But yet there is a power to saying it in the Aramaic and not saying it in English or Hebrew. Now, when I do a funeral for, most of the funerals I end up doing are people who are not affiliated, and so they don't know what anything means for the most part because they're not going to shul. And I've done the Mourner's Kaddish in English for them. But also I do it in Aramaic, even if they're not saying it with me. right? So there's that powerful thing, and one of the readings I read was really sweet. It talked about the Aramaic, remaining Aramaic, because it's like a hand to the next generation, right? So I remember sitting with my father when he mourned his father, right? When his father died, I sat with my dad at shul, and when he stood up to say Kaddish, I remember feeling a connection between my Zaidi and my dad and me. And when I stood up to say Kaddish for my father, I felt that connection to my dad and my Zaidi, right? And I felt this hand coming down. And from the moment I was told I couldn't have children, I wondered where that next hand would go, right? That was because that's what we were taught, that the Kaddish, when your children say Kaddish for you, it allows you to go up another rung on the ladder to get to heaven, right? To get up higher. And so, the answer always is your students, right? Your students will say it for you if you don't have children. But the idea of this hand coming down from the past and connecting with the future, I think, is a beautiful reason to keep it into that vernacular. So the Kaddish became so powerful at some point in history that the sages had to warn people not to rely on it as a magical power. Because people thought this prayer, was magical, I wave a wand around when I'm teaching, or I go to Disney and I love all the sparkle and whatever, but I don't pray to it and I don't rely on it, right? These words became so magical that people only wanted to do this prayer, and they felt that there was a magic for it. And they were worried that people would just increase this prayer and say it all the time instead of saying it during the times that they were supposed to. And they also thought if they did that, then prayer for the dead might become central to worship, which, as we know, that's not something we do as Jews. When people always ask me when I speak in churches and stuff like that, what about death, Rabbi? Like, what are Jewish beliefs about death? And I have a whole lecture I can do from the Sanhedrin about Jewish beliefs, life after death, and all of that. But that's not core to who we are as Jews, right? We teach about life here and now. We're not sure about the afterworld, so we'll leave that for now, and we'll live this life, right? And there's some people that live this life for the next life in Judaism, but that's not what we're supposed to focus on. Even the words of the death prayer don't have anything to do with death, right? So that's not what we're supposed to be focusing on. So that's the, some of the history of that. Now, when is the Kaddish said? How many Kaddishes are there? You see with your handouts that there's a lot of different Kaddishes. I'm doing more because it's the one that we know most. So are you supposed to stand or are you supposed to sit? And we all know the joke, right, of the synagogue that, they don't know whether they're supposed to stand or sit during Kaddish, right? And it's also a stand or sit during Shema. And so they invite the original rabbi, the rabbi emeritus, to come back to the synagogue and say, and tell them, can somebody open the door? So they invite the rabbi emeritus to come back and please tell us, what is the tradition? Are we supposed to stand? That's not the tradition. Are we supposed to sit? No, that's not the tradition. Well, what's the tradition? Because right now, half the congregation is standing and the other half is sitting, and they're screaming at each other so much through the whole thing that we miss Kiddush altogether. That's the tradition, right? So the tradition is, nobody's told us what the tradition is. The tradition is whatever your synagogue does is the tradition. There are some that say, and there's many, I got pages and pages of research material on who said what. Some say that if the congregation stands, if you're a newcomer, if they're standing, you stand. If they're sitting, then you sit. So you follow the minhag hamakom. You follow some say that because it's a holiness prayer, like the Kedusha and like the Shema, that everybody should stand for it, right? Because it's a moment of making a statement of holiness and difference from all the other prayers. And there's also there's a tradition where only the Shaliach Tzibur stands for Kaddish and Baruch Hu, and only the mourners stand for mourners Kaddish. And everybody else stays seated, which I think is strange, but that's, some traditions, that's what they do. the reality of, okay, so it even says here from Rabbi Yecheskia, felt that since everyone sits for Kaddish and Baruch Hu, it's a form of yohara or haughtiness to stand, right? So and this happened like, I don't know if anybody else can relate who was when you were a new rabbi or when you were a new cantor, and you went back to your home shul, and you knew more now. Like, I remember coming back to my home shul going, I know, you guys aren't doing this right. You're not doing it right. I mean, I know, because I'm in rabbinical school. So you're all sitting, I'm going to stand. In fact, I'm going to daven in the back because I'm so high on Almighty, I have to be separated from all of you because you're all idiots and you're not doing it right. Right? The whole shul I grew up in and that all my Judaism came from, and the joy and the love and everything that came from, you know, for 20 minutes, I was like, I'm better than you because I know. Right? And you're not supposed to, that's not the point of having more information. That's not the point of learning. But I think some people do walk into shul and say, oh no, they're not standing, I'm going to stand in the back. Oh no, they're not sitting, I'm going to sit. Whatever. It's sometimes it's better to do what the congregation is doing, right, than to be right about something. But most congregations right now, some people stand and some people sit. In our congregation, nobody argues. But every time I come to services, people will look at me and say, Rabbi, you're sitting. Are you supposed to be standing? Are we supposed to be standing? Are we supposed to be sitting? You know, what are we supposed to be doing? And you're supposed to be doing, in a sense, what it means to be in a kahal and what it means to be in a congregation. So if and they also say here too, which is kind of funny, if one asks the question, are we supposed to stand or sit? The answer is no. But one does not protest if one stands, right? So if somebody wants to stand, you let them stand. If somebody wants to sit, you let them sit. And there's so many different commentaries on whether you should or not. What I was ultimately taught in rabbinical school was, if you're already standing, you stay standing. If you're already sitting, you stay sitting. So the Chatzi Kaddish during the Torah service on Shabbat morning, you stay standing because you're already standing. Or if, the Amidah, before the Amidah, you're going to be standing, so you stand up for Kaddish Shalem because you're going to be standing anyway. So if it's leading into a standing prayer, you stand. If it's coming out of something you're standing for, you stay standing, right? And then, and you don't have to change position for that. In the Reform movement, like they stand for the Shema, and then they sit afterwards. So the Shema was, something that people also have an argument with about whether to stand or to sit. But like I said earlier, because of the three holiness prayers, so to speak, we stand obviously for the Kedusha, for the Mourner's Kaddish, they said, and for the Shema, because they were making a statement about how different it is. And in Chulin, in the Gemara, 18b, it says, there are many different customs and each is legitimate. So that's kind of the bottom line. Many different customs and each is legitimate. And there's so many, like I said, so many interpretations of why. You have a question? No? Okay. All right. The one thing that is emphasized, though, is that it's especially important for the mourners to stand when they're saying Kaddish, when they're doing the mourner's Kaddish, because we want to differentiate being who are in need, who are in pain, who are in suffering or whatever, and allow them that moment. I served a Reform congregation for 10 years, and they stood for mourner's Kaddish because they said that after 9/11, they felt like they needed to stand for all, for people that died in the Holocaust and for people that don't have anyone to say Kaddish for them and whatever. And so that was their tradition. So what I did was I had the mourners stand first, and then I would say, now anyone who wants to stand with them may rise. Because you need to have that separation, I think, between the mourners having that moment and not. So I have about 15 pages of whether to stand or not. Just saying. So what I was taught about the mourner's Kaddish too is that, there's not death. Death is not listed anywhere, said anywhere. Everything in the mourner's Kaddish is, in the Kaddish in general, glorify, sanctify, make God's name be hallowed, right? All these beautiful ways of describing the amazing God. And so in our moment of deepest pain, in our moment of deepest oi, we have to stand up in front of our congregation, in front of our family, in front of our friends, and recite these amazing words about how amazing God is. Okay, that's not usually where people are when they've just buried their loved one, right? People are usually in a place of, really, is there a God? Some people might not even question whether or not there's a God until somebody dies. They don't even think about it. And then all of a sudden, well, wait a minute, why did this child have to die? Why did that person have to die? Is God really in charge? Like, what's really happening here? And as Jews, we stand up and say these words, right? And it forces us into that space, and it reminds us, because other mourners stand with us, one, that we're not alone, and two, that we are in a religion that is under the umbrella of God, and God loving us and having a relationship with us even though bad things happen, right? That the book of Why Bad Things Happen to Good People. If you haven't read that, or if you haven't read any of Kushner's books, you should. His basic idea is life is not fair. God never promised life would be fair. God only promises you don't have to go it alone, right? That's kind of the bottom line of the 23rd Psalm, right? Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no harm because you are with me. Right? And so this idea of reminding people that you're not alone, you don't stand alone in this. And that's very powerful when you stand up for the Kaddish. And I think, the first time I had to stand up for Kaddish for my dad, I remember, I'd stood up as a rabbi for, at that point, 20 years. I always stood for Kaddish because I was leading it. And then suddenly when I had to stand for my dad, it was a really different experience. And I remember looking around at everybody and going, like, I'm covered. I have a group, I feel like I had this, the talit, like the blanket of God on me, right? So there's something powerful about that understanding. And that's one of the reasons why you have to have a quorum for the Kaddish, for the mourner's Kaddish, because you're not supposed to be in that place of being alone. And people will always say to me, but Rabbi, I can't get to shul. It's too hard for me to get to shul. Now that we've had Zoom services, we know we can do an alternative, but that was one of the big discussions in the conservative movement, was what do we do about the Shema and Kaddish and Baruch Hu, because a minyan is a minyan with people in the room, not a minyan online. And we're sitting there in the space of COVID, and we had no choice. And people, you can't, saving a life, and is more important than anything else. So no, you're not supposed to do Kaddish when you're alone. People read it anyway. People do it anyway. I'm not going to take that away from them. But you can give them something different to do, which is they're supposed to study a little Gemara, a little Torah, a little Mishnah, or something else, and say the prayers before and after that to feel a connection to the text. But I've many times said Kaddish with people over the phone. I've said it in rooms, hospice rooms, where there was only the dying person and their child. Sometimes I do what needs to be done, even if it's not, halachically right. But the idea of a quorum is super, super important. The other interpretation of the mourner's Kaddish, which I never really thought about, is when the words say, may God be and sanctified, it's implying that God is not magnified and sanctified in this moment. That because you're standing there in this moment of pain, because this person has died, God has also, in a sense, been diminished. Right? So God mourns for every one of God's children, right? So God also sits in that place of sadness. And so in that moment that you're saying this, you're acknowledging the fact that God is also sad. And one of the first things I did when I was first became a pulpit rabbi was I had to sit next to a woman whose 4-year-old son had just died. And I was in the hospital with her when he died. And she kept talking about, because she had other children, she kept talking about God. And God this, and God that, and God this. And at that point, I'm like, really? I don't get it. Like, how do you believe in God at this moment? And she said to me, I don't for 1 minute believe that God took the life of my child. I don't think God made my child sick. I don't think God made my child die. I don't believe in any of that. But I do believe that God sits here with me now and cries. Right? And it's such a gorgeous image. It's such a comforting image to think of, yes, it's not, God never promised life would be fair. It's not fair for anyone, right? But that God sits there with you in pain, right, is what I think this other interpretation of the Kaddish means. That God is sitting there in a space of being diminished because of this death. Also along the same lines, this person Rabbi Eli Conffer, from Jewish Learning, also says that that God hasn't been magnified and sanctified yet, right? That the Mashiach hasn't come yet. Until Mashiach comes, right? It hasn't happened, right? So the Kaddish then claims God is not yet king by saying, "Let God's kingdom rule." Right? The Kaddish is saying that God is not fully king until everyone recognizes God, which we usually know as the time of the Mashiach. So those are two different kind of interpretations. One, standing up in your greatest moment of oi and reciting these words of, in a sense, joy, and then acknowledging that it's not there yet, that God is not there yet, and God sits with you and cries in your pain. So it's pretty powerful when you just say one prayer, right? But the prayer is mentioned in a traditional service at least 14 times, right? Between the Chatzi Kaddish and the Kaddish Shalem and the Kaddish de Rabbanan and the Mourner's Kaddish, it is said a lot. So in your packet there, you can take out the different Kaddishes and put them around. The one Kaddish the Kaddish de Rabbanan we did during services, which was brilliant because Kaddish de Rabbanan, it says Rabbanan, the rabbis in it. So anytime you study something from the rabbis, you do Kaddish de Rabbanan, right? So if you're studying that text, but if you have mourners in the room, they will also rise, and that can also be a mourner's Kaddish for them, right? Chatzi Kaddish, you know, is the half Kaddish, right? Kaddish Shalem, Shalem means completeness, so it's the complete Kaddish. Then there's the burial Kaddish, which frankly I've never done. Because every time I've introduced the burial Kaddish, and again, when I first became a rabbi, I was burying, in my first rabbinate was ministering to AIDS patients. And all my patients died. It was before the cocktail medication. So I was part of the AIDS movement of the late 80s and early 90s, which I worked with. And then I became a rabbi, and I became the rabbi of Nechama. And all my patients were going to die, and most of these people were partially Jewish. You know, their partners were partially Jewish. People really didn't know. And I went up there with all my halachic rabbinic texts. I'm ready to do, you know, this burial Kaddish. And they're like, what is that? So I stopped, and I just made copies of the actual Kaddish. And I've had one person ask for it, but he was the only one that wanted to do it, right? And the rest of the family, so we did it twice. And sometimes I do it 3 times because I do it in English for the people that don't know it. So the burial Kaddish has an added part to it. So that has an added part to it, which you have little cards and see if you can find where that is, as it's on your table. And you know who's supposed to say Kaddish, like who's supposed to say the mourner's Kaddish. You have the 7 relatives. If it's a spouse, you only have to say it for a month because they want the spouses to get remarried as quickly as possible. Some people do that, some people don't. And for everything else, it's basically a year, depending on the tradition, or 11 months now instead of a year. So take a minute to look and see if you can put any of the little papers on the right Kaddish. I put down argue because argue means we don't know. Are you supposed to stand? Are you supposed to stand? Are you supposed to sit? Are you supposed to, who's supposed to do it? So those are just extras when you don't know. on? I'm allowed anyway. There's but it's not, is it on? Okay, so there's a lot of midrashim about when Kaddish started, 11th century, what century exactly it started and how it started. I was told the story of, because it was something we did at the end of study, and this class of students who were so indebted to their professor, their rabbi, and when the rabbi died, they didn't know what to do with themselves, and so they said Kaddish after he died, and this became a tradition around of saying Kaddish when somebody died. I mean, there's so many different stories about why and when it started, but, Bekitzer, it's the most, I think, the most powerful prayer, and I'm not even sure if it's even a prayer, because prayer is Latin, comes from the Latin precare, which means to beg, right? Tefillah comes from the word palel, which is self-reflection. So I don't know if this is, I think this is more self-reflection. I would put it in tefillah versus prayer. A bracha is something that we're blessing before we do something. So I'm not even sure what category it goes in, but it's not just shevach? Shivach, yeah, shevach. It's all praise. But then the other interpretation was saying it's waiting for God to be these things, right? So it depends on your interpretation of the prayer. But yes, I always have been taught that it was praise and to stand in that moment of deepest pain and to be able to stand in praise. So anything interesting that you found by doing these? Yeah. The Sephardic, I don't know. Yes. Also the Yemenite, like I grew up with the Yemenite nusach. My family's from Libya, my mother's family's from Libya, and they went to Israel, and so I didn't, like the first time I heard Ashkenazi, I was like, what? This isn't, this isn't Jewish, what is this? It's so different, right? So the nusachs are very different, and the words, define the Kaddish, but it's define the different Kaddishes. But like I said, burial Kaddish, you're only here probably if you go to an Orthodox or a very conservative service where somebody insists on it. Has to be done in a quorum. The words are changed depending on what kind it is. It's basically in the service to acknowledge one part of the service. You're transitioning from one prayer to another, or one part of the service to the other. Again, the origins, it says literally on one of the texts, the origins of the Kaddish are beclouded in the obscurity of our ancient religious tradition. So it's like, that's not helpful. But the most important line, Yehei Shmei Rabbah, may God's great name be blessed, the one that we say together, is super important that we say that, because we're giving the mourners the oomph in that moment by saying that line. And then for the other Kaddishes, it's just a reminder that great is God. And whatever you believe God to be, because I don't believe in the traditional God, right? Whatever you believe God to be, whether it's the moral and ethical, center of the universe, or like one kid told me in Colorado Springs after 9/11, when I was lost, I went down to preschool and asked, so what does it mean to be created in the image of God in preschool language? And they told me all different things. One kid drew a picture of God with shoes and lipstick and a purse and whatever. Basically looked like me at that point. But this little kid said, if you take everyone that ever was, and everyone who is, and everyone who's not to be, and then one other kid said, and animals and plants too, and you put it all together, you will have the image of God. That's kind of my mirror image of what I think, that's the God I acknowledge. But when you're in that place of Yes, it is. But when you're in that place of pain, you need to see God as somebody who's actually responding to you. You need to see God as being the God, right? And so I think the Kaddish allows that and brings that, and is a reminder of that personal God, the God that we can pray to, the God we can pray about, and the God that we can praise and worship and be together with in our community where we are surrounded in that moment of greatest pain when we need to say mourner's Kaddish. So I think you know the rest of it, and I think you know the rest of what Kaddish is. Rabbi, you said you had a different interpretation?
No, I was just sharing with you. I don't even know where it gets kind of a combination of both. In liturgical terms, a Kaddish is called a doxology, which are liturgical forms that praise God. So the question is, why would, as you mentioned, Rabbi Moskowitz, so well, why would you praise God in the midst of our sorrow? So you have to really explain that to people when they're at the burial site, and I'd like to think I've helped. And I always mention three things. Why do we praise God in the midst of our sorrow? Because, number one, it's a very important perspective, because people feel that they obviously lost a lot, but it's a good remedy to allow our mourners to think of what they have had rather than what they lost. And every moment we're alive, every heartbeat is a miracle, even if it's for a short period of time. Parents have lost children. You ask them, what would you rather have had, this pain and sorrow losing your child, which we did. We lost a 9-year-old. Would you rather have had the 9-year-old or not known about this child at all? And every parent will say, I'm grateful for the 9 years we had. So that's one thing. Then secondly, I always emphasize something that's usually not emphasized we're uncomfortable with the concept, and that is the idea of Olam Haba, world to come. That Judaism, rabbinic Judaism, not biblical, but rabbinic Judaism believes, we discussed this at our heaven and hell discussion last fall, that Judaism definitely believes in a world to come, that there's a continuity. We're not God, we don't know. We're not in Christian or Muslim mode in which they have absolute theologies of what happens to us after we die. But we do have a belief that God continues our form, and a lot of different interpretations of that. We're absorbed in other people, our values continue, all kinds of continuations, which I think are important for people to realize at the gravesite, that it's not the end, that there is a perpetuation of love even after death. I always emphasize too that sometimes relationships we've had with people get stronger after death. So that's even more proof that there is an Olam Haba. Then thirdly, I always tell families, we're about to leave here. After the Kaddish, we're going home. The Shavuot, we're going to wish you condolences. The attention then turns to the mourners rather than the deceased at that point at Kaddish. And the mourners have this obligation to go home, to have a meal, be surrounded by community and loved ones, and continue to make this world a better place than it is today. That they have Jewish response to death is life. And so the way that we mourn, it's tzedakah matzil mimavet. Tzedakah matzil. That's right. Yeah, so as all these things perpetuate life, and that is a response. And people who are in mourning will feel that they have a new energy in life. Many grandchildren, especially, who have been inspired by the loss of a grandfather or grandmother. They want to achieve more and do more. So those are the three things that I always emphasize. But I love the future. God will be there in the future too. Yeah.
known, especially the Chatzi Kaddish, I guess, because when they go to services, it's the one thing you hear more and more and over and over. So that's interesting.
Thank you. That was fabulous. Yasher Koach, Rabbi Moskowitz.
Beautifully.
What
I
are the-
want to add one thing as a chazan, that there's also certain tunes ascribed to the various Kaddishim. So depending on which one you're using, it will have a certain tune. And sometimes you have to know exactly which tune to use. I just came across something apropos of what you just said, Rabbi. There was a discussion on our chazanet that we have at the Cantor's Assembly. There was a parent who was not a believer, and he insisted that his children not say Kaddish for him when he passed away. And so when it happened, the children were besides themselves because they wanted to honor their father's wishes, but they also felt that it was traditional for them to recite the Kaddish. So the consensus was, of all those who responded to this particular question of what should my congregant do? Should they honor their parent and not say Kaddish, or should they rise and say Kaddish out of respect? And the consensus was the Kaddish is for the mourner, not for the deceased. And that's exactly what you just said, Rabbi. And that's to comfort the mourner. I want to take this opportunity when you said Minhag HaMakom. This is one of my favorite stories of all time. The custom of what they do in a particular congregation or area. My rabbi up in Princeton, Dov Peretz Elkins, that you know, he was on sabbatical, so he went to the south of France and he attended services there in a traditional synagogue. He told the story from the Bima when he came back from his sabbatical. He said there was a custom there for the Shema that he has never seen in his entire career, because when they came to the Shema, the entire congregation looked up, and usually people would cover their eyes or close their eyes, but the whole congregation went like this when they got to the Shema. So he, after the service, he went to the gabbai or whoever was the prayer leader, and he said, I've never seen that custom ever in my career. What is the meaning of that? And he said, well, Rabbi, in the old building, the Shema was written on the ceiling. And even though we moved to the new building, we still go like this because that's our custom.
It's so great. Yeah, and I have one like that too. In London, it was the weirdest thing. Birkat HaChodesh, the Chazan has the Torah, and he shifts the Torah from the right side to the left side. And I wonder, I said, where did that come from? I mean, and it was absolute. You had to do it. So finally, after digging, I found out what happened. The Cantor, about 40 years ago, had a sore right shoulder and needed to move the Torah scroll on the other side. And the congregation kept this tradition over all the years. And boy, you couldn't change it at all. The power of minhag is unbelievable. It's just, that was the funniest one. Anyway, everybody, Rabbi's got some story. Right. All right, our next session, the brilliant Don Friedman, who is our gem here in our congregation. And he's going to be speaking about Rabbi Akiva's nemesis, opponent, Rabbi Ishmael Omer. The famous author of...
I don't want to have to hold it. Is the mic?
Yeah, that's good. I think that works, yeah.
Okay. Before I begin, I have one request. I hope that by appearing in this program with 3 rabbis and a cantor, I don't jeopardize my amateur standing. Okay, thanks. Okay. At the end of the brachot section of the morning prayers, is a paragraph that begins, Rabbi Yishmael Omer. Rabbi Yishmael says, the Torah may be interpreted in accordance with these 13 principles. I've glanced at the translation from time to time, but found it too cryptic to be helpful. While the translation in the Lev Shalom Sidur goes beyond just the literal meaning, it still does not give a clear understanding. Therefore, when Rabbi Altshuler asked for volunteers to teach a session this evening, I agreed, planning to use the pressure of preparing the material as the impetus finally to learn what this paragraph is all about. Imagine my surprise when the first mailing that the rabbi sent out said that I was giving a session on the hermeneutics of Rabbi Yishmael. I had an Uncle Herman, but that's the closest I ever came to hermeneutics as far as I knew. Anyway, after a trip to the dictionary, I now know that hermeneutics is the science and methodology of interpretation, especially of the Bible. That's perfect, since that's what Rabbi Yishmael said he was going to explain. Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha Nachmani was a rabbi of the 1st and 2nd centuries. Since he was born in the year 90 of the Common Era, I suspect that most of his writings and teachings occurred in the 2nd century. He died in Israel in the year 135. He was descended from a priestly family, and the legends refer to him as high priest, although he lived after the destruction of the temple, when there could be no high priests. The paragraph we'll be looking at tonight is his introduction to a baraita named Sifra. The word baraita literally means outside. It refers to sections of Talmudic teachings that were not included in the Mishnah when it was codified. Even though they're not in the Mishnah, baraitot are considered authoritative and are frequently cited in the Gemara. As a quick aside, I was always taught that the Talmud was the Mishnah and the Gemara together. It was news to me that the Gemara discussed passages that were not in the Mishnah. Anyway, Rabbi Yishmael's introduction lists 13 principles of logic and textual analysis that were used in the oral law to understand the laws of the Torah. The oral law refers to that portion of the laws and explanations that God gave to Moses and the Israelites at Sinai that was not written in the Torah. The Talmud is the primary repository of the oral law. My original intention was to go through all 13 principles based on this time session here, allotting myself about 3 minutes to explain each one. But by the end of which exercise, we would all be able to use these principles of logic to study the Talmud. I had always assumed that these were the principles that someone would apply if he or she wanted to study the Talmud. After going through them, however, I did not find them terribly helpful. Their true purpose, I learned, was explained by Rav Shimshon Raphael Hirsch, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, page 109 in the Siddur, Rabbi. I will preface his statement by pointing out that this is a very orthodox, with a capital O, point of view. When God, quote, when God, through Moses, caused that law to be written down, which he had already made known to the nation orally in full detail, he caused this holy writ to be composed in accordance with 13 basic rules, which made it possible to present the written word in such a pregnant and compact form that the detailed intention of the lawgiver could be nidrash, investigated, from the written word by means of the application of these rules, which were handed down simultaneously with the written law. Rabbi Hirsch uses long sentences. In other words, the horse is already out of the barn. These are the principles that were used in the development of the Talmud to explain statements in the Torah whose meanings were subject to interpretation or differences of opinion. So let's look at the first two to get a sense of the way logic was applied. The first is mikal v'chomer, from an easy or lenient case to a more stringent one. This is one of the most straightforward and easiest to understand. We know, for example, that the Torah places more restrictions on activities on Shabbat than it does on the 3 festivals. Applying this principle, if a particular activity is mentioned as being forbidden on the festivals, then it definitely is forbidden on Shabbat, since the latter has more stringent prohibitions. Conversely, if something is permitted on Shabbat, then kal v'chomer, it is permitted on the festivals. The second principle is migzera shava, literally from an equal decree or judgment. What it actually means is that similar words in different contexts are meant to shed light on one another. If the same or similar words are used in cases that appear to be unrelated, the similar wording indicates a relationship between the two. For example, the word b'moado, at its appointed time, in Bamidbar, chapter 28, verse 2, is interpreted to mean that the daily sacrifice is to be brought even on Shabbat, b'moado, in its time. Use of the same word in chapter 9, verse 2, dealing with the Pesach sacrifice, is similarly interpreted to mean that the sacrifice should be also brought even if the day falls on Shabbat. A second application of this principle involves the juxtaposition of what are called seemingly unrelated topics. For example, Devarim, chapter 4, verse 2, deals with the case of a divorced woman who marries another man. In Tractate Kedushin, the rabbis conclude that this placement of the two topics, marriage and divorce, in the same sentence implies that the two changes of marital status are accomplished through similar legal processes. This example seems to overlook the fact that its basis relies on marriage and divorce being unrelated. Now I want to go on to some areas where things are not so clear, starting with the fourth principle, miklal ufrat. Literally, it means from a general and a specific. In its application, however, it means from a general statement limited by a specification. When a generality is followed by a specific case, the law applies only to the specification. In Vayikra chapter 1, verse 2, talking about sacrifices that someone might bring, the wording is min habehema, min habakar, umin hatzon, from the domesticated animals, from the cattle or the sheep. Even though the general term behema is used, the law requires that the sacrifice must be from cattle or sheep, the specific animals mentioned. Already you can see why a literal translation of the rule isn't always helpful. The fifth principle, mifrat uchlal, is the reverse of the previous case. Literally it means from a specific and a general. In its application, however, it means from a specific case broadened by a generalization. The generalization at the end broadens the commandment. For example, Devarim chapter 22, verse 3, which talks about returning found articles, mentions a man's donkey and a man's garment as examples, but then says you should do the same for any article your fellow loses. The concluding generality teaches that there are no exceptions to this rule. Once they are expanded beyond just their literal meaning, these last two principles seem pretty clear. Let's move on, however, to number 7. Miklal shehu tzarich lifrat umiprat shehu tzarich lichlal. Literally, when a generalization requires a special specification and a specification requires a generalization. Why would a generalization require a specification, or vice versa, to clarify its meaning? Vayikra chapter 17, verse 13, deals with the case of a man who has hunted an animal or a bird that he intends to eat and commands that he must pour out the animal's blood and cover it with earth. Addition of the term with earth is interpreted not as a specification that only earth could be used, but as a clarification. The blood may not be poured into a pot and covered, or poured on the ground and covered with a piece of wood. Instead, the blood must be covered with a material that will completely commingle with it. This is where I started to have problems with the application of these principles. How do we know that with earth is to be interpreted as a clarification instead of a specification? Who decided? Reminds me of a story. A man was driving out in the country one time, and there was an old barn there, and he looked, and there were bullet holes in the barn, perfectly centered in bullseyes. And he stopped, and he went up to the farmer. He said, who's the marksman here? And the farmer said, well, I shot those. He said, you're an incredibly accurate marksman. He says, no, it was easy. He says, I shot a hole in the barn, and then I went and painted a bullseye around it. So I've dealt only with the first half of this rule, a generality that requires clarification that might otherwise be interpreted as a specification. The second half of the rule deals with the converse, cases where a specific command requires a more general statement to clarify it, but not to make it a broader case. Again, who decided? Now I want to move on to principles 9 and 10. 9 reads, well, I'm going to skip the Hebrew, doesn't it? Anything that was included in a general statement, but was then singled out to discuss a provision similar to the general category, has been singled out to be more lenient rather than more severe. For example, in Vayikra chapter 24, verse 21 says that a person who kills another human being shall be put to death without making any distinction between premeditated and careless murder. Later, however, the Torah deals with the case of a man who chops wood carelessly and another man is killed by a flying piece of wood. Although chapter 24, verse 21 would seem to imply that the wood chopper must be killed, the Torah says instead that he must go into exile. This case, singled out from the general rule, is used to teach a more lenient result. My favorite commentary on this one felt it necessary to point out that lenient treatment meant exile instead of the death penalty, not in addition to it. We certainly don't want to be exiling dead people. Principle 10 is similar to the 9 that we just did. Anything that was included in a general statement but was singled out to discuss a provision not similar to the general category. The first one was similar, this was not similar, has been singled out both to be more lenient and more severe. Right away, you can see the potential problems with that one. How can it be both more lenient and more severe? Here's an example that is given to expound upon this one. The first 6 sentences of Parshat Mishpatim, Shemot, chapter 21, verses 1 through 6, deal with setting free an indentured servant after 6 years of service. The following sentence begins a discussion of the laws relating to an indentured maidservant, whose treatment, one might have been naive enough to think, would be similar to that of a manservant. Instead, the laws relating to her freedom are very different. For example, that is not similar to the general category. Some aspects of her gaining freedom are more lenient. For example, she can be freed in less than 6 years upon the onset of puberty or the death of her master. But there is also a stringent application in that her master can betroth her against her will to himself or his son. To me, this seems like a perfect application of the bullseye story. The rabbi said, here's a situation where part of the maidservant treatment is more lenient than the manservant's and part is more severe. We need a rule to explain that. While it is apparent that I have problems with some of these principles, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that others are helpful or at the very least interesting. I want to look at the last 3. Principle 11, anything that was included in a general statement but was then singled out to be treated as a new case cannot be returned to its general statement unless the Torah returns it explicitly to its general statement. I'm sure this happens all the time, right? An example in Vayikra chapter 22, verses 11 and 12 makes sense of this statement. It says that a Kohen's entire family was permitted to eat the truma, the tithe for the priest. But if his daughter married a non-Kohen, she was no longer permitted to eat it. What happens if she's widowed or divorced and returns to her father's house? This rule states that she cannot be returned to her previous status unless the Torah specifically permits it. Lo and behold, the next sentence states, but if the priest's daughter is widowed or divorced and without offspring, as in her father's house as in her youth, she may eat of her father's food. Principle 12 turned out to be the one of the most interesting for me. It says, a matter understood from its, the Hebrew, davar halomed me'inyano, v'davar halomed misofo. A matter that is understood from its context or from the following passage. The commandment not to steal is interpreted using the first half of this principle, context. It follows the commandment against murder and adultery with a married woman, both of which are capital offenses. Applying this rule, the rabbis decided that this must also be a capital offense. The only case of stealing, however, that is a capital offense is for kidnapping. Therefore, you shall not steal refers to kidnapping. When I read that, I felt like Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah in the Haggadah said after 70 years, he finally understood why the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim, going out from Egypt, should be read at night. I've been aware of the Ten Commandments for over 70 years, and I don't remember learning that this commandment dealt only with kidnapping. An example of the second half of this principle, interpreting a passage based on what follows, is in Vayikra chapter 14, verse 45, dealing with a leprous house. We all remember Tazri and Matzorah with joy, right? The house must be torn down, its stones and timber and all the coating or mortar on the house. Applying this principle, the rabbis interpreted the command to tear down the house to apply only to houses that had stone, timbers, and mortar. If you lived in a tent, you were okay. And finally, principle 13. V'chein shnei chetuvim hamachachishim ze et ze ad sheyavo hakatuv hashlishi v'yachriya beinehem. Similarly, two passages that contradict each other until a third passage comes to reconcile them. The opening word v'chein is distracting. Several of the sources I checked translated as similarly, which would connect this principle to the previous one that we just discussed. The only similarity that I found is that they both rely on the Torah text in one fashion or another to clarify what is meant. But to some extent, all of the principles do. So translations in other sources, instead of similarly, were also and finally. At Julie's suggestion, I checked Machzor Lev Shalem for the 3 paragraphs in the Amidah which begin Uvachein. The translation there ignores them completely and just goes on to the rest of the paragraph. So, ignoring the inconclusive distraction and getting back to the principle dealing with textual contradiction, in Shemot chapter 20, verse 19, God says, I have spoken to you from heaven. But earlier in the previous chapter, verse 20 states that God came down from Mount Sinai. The two are contradictory until Devarim chapter 4, verse 36 explains, from the heavens he let you hear his voice to discipline you. On earth he let you see his great fire, and from amidst that fire you heard his words. And so we have reached the end. As I said when I started, I'm a little disappointed that Rabbi Yishmael's introduction does not give us the tools that I hope to find. Also, I have serious problems with the so-called logic of some of the principles. Still, I'm glad that I took on this challenge. I'll never read it with the same interest that I used to have. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
You're great. That's so great. Believe me, we could never figure these out in rabbinical school. And there were so many contradictions within the principles and the Talmud itself that didn't fit. Anyway, it's really an amazing text. Amazing, amazing.
There were Torah variants, and he had to do something about it.
Yeah, well, and what a great name, Ishmael. You know, we don't exactly give our Jewish kids that name any longer. But he was a very prominent rabbi. All right, don't go away. I'm just going to run real fast and be right back for the last session. Okay, I'll be right back. We have sources on the table here. We'll have to distribute. Well, it's good stuff. I'm going to get you. I'm going to try to give you an impetus here into the introduction to rabbinic literature. So that's the goal.
You have to go until your birthday.
That's true. I was born at 1:04 in the morning in Los Angeles, so it's really not till 4:04 here. Tomorrow night, yeah. I was born in L.A. There are few of us were born in Los Angeles. Cedars of Lebanon Hospital, I sure was. Before Cedars Sinai? Cedars of Lebanon Hospital. You know Cedars Sinai Hospital? I was born in the original Cedars of Lebanon. Cedars of Lebanon. I was a chaplain there too. Cedars Sinai? Yeah. Okay, everybody, are we ready for the last show? You still got energy? All right. You sure did. You sure did. Rabbi Ishmael, I'll never read those the same again. Rabbi Ishmael was, Rabbi Akiva, his compatriot, was the mystic interpreter. Rabbi Ishmael was the straight shooter. HaTorah bichtav b'lshon b'nei Adam, he wrote. The Torah is written in the language of normal human beings. So he was a real, logical, practical. He was not a mystic. Rabbi Ishmael. Zichrono livracha. Okay, what we're going to do here for the ending, which I hope will put a good bookend upon what we've done. We're here at Shavuot to try to understand the fancy word is revelation, God's revealing his word to us. And, in our rabbinic tradition, our rabbis teach us that there are two Torahs. The Torah shebichtav, the written Torah, and the Torah shebal peh, the oral Torah. In fact, the Kabbalist said there's a third Torah, which is the Zohar, the Kabbalistic interpretation. But we'll deal with the rabbinic and the biblical. That there was a written Torah and also an oral Torah that was all given at Sinai, just like the written Torah. And what is fascinating is what I'm going to try to show you this evening is that the opening of our written Torah and the opening chapter of the oral Torah attempt to prove one united theme. So we have to follow this very carefully. There's a big picture presented here that is extremely important in understanding Shavuot, the giving of the Torah, and our great tradition. So first, let's look at the opening chapter of the Torah, which you know already is absolutely magnificent. It's dramatic. It is filled with majesty and wonder. Breshit bara Elohim et hashamayim v'et haaretz. God, Big Bang, created the heavens and the earth. There was no word here in the opening chapter for everything. So everything is described as referring to the heaven and earth, and everything in between is now a part of this dramatic scene. Va'aretz hayata tohu vavohu, and the earth was chaotic. How do they translate it here? Balaga was unformed, chaotic. There's only one other chaos, complete chaos, total chaos. That's a good one. But then formed and void. Well, however you translate it, it's very hard to interpret because the words tohu vavohu are only used one other time in the entire Tanakh. In the prophet Jeremiah uses it. But the problem is he doesn't really add to the words because he's merely quoting from the text that we just read. So there's complete chaos on the earth, v'choshech, total darkness, al penei tehom on the deep. That's a very important allusion to Tiamat, the major primordial sea monster in the Mesopotamian mythology. So the idea is that you have monsters, you have total chaos, complete darkness. V'ruach Elohim merachefet al pnei hamayim. The Spirit of God is hovering over this chaotic mess of waters. And then suddenly there's a change. Vayomer Elohim yehi or. And God creates light, and there was light. Vayehi or. Vayar Elohim et ha'or ki tov. And this is very important. Vayav de Elohim bein ha'or uvein ha'choshech. And God separates light from darkness. In other words, God starts to bring what? Order to the chaos. Order to the chaos is coming. Vayikra Elohim la'or yom. And God named everything. Everything's in order. Named it day. V'la'choshech kara Leyl. The darkness he called Leyl, night. Vayera vivoke yom echad. And starts bringing the order of the days, of the way that we measure time. And goes on, Vayomer Elohim yehi rakia b'toch hamayim, and there was the great expanse in the sky, the The ancients thought that the sky was blue because it reflected the water. It's a very interesting way, of course, in the ancient way that they viewed everything. And God made the separation between water above and water below. That's what the rakia is. They thought it was water. And it's very interesting, by the way, how was the nation of Israel created? Also through water, the crossing of Yam Suf from slavery to freedom. The motif of water and the separation of water is a very important one, that not only does God create the universe, God also creates the people of Israel in the same way. God is a creator. That's why Pesach is the first holiday. Creation, revelation, and redemption. Pesach represents creation, springtime, and also the creation of the people of Israel from the water. And then, of course, Shavuot is second, revelation, the giving of God's word, and Sukkot, which is representative of God in history, the redemption of the people of Israel. So this motif of water, of setting order, Vayikra Elohim larakia shamayim, and he called the expanse in the sky the heavens. And of course the word shamayim means shemayim, of water. So the idea is the heavens of water. Vayihira vayivoke yom sheni, and there was the second day, and of course then the third day. And we note also that the water, the blue of Israel's flag, all these motifs of heaven and earth, the white and blue, are repeated very often. Another little note that I made here, it's interesting that when we have the counter creation in the Mabul, the great flood of Noah, the idea is almost as the Meforshim, the rabbis understood this, is that it was as if the heavens had crashed again and chaos had returned onto the earth, that the water was only there in the heaven. That's why we have Yirat Shamayim, the fear of heaven, but the hope that the heavens will not drop and bring us again into total chaos. So a lot of motifs of water. Sure, of course. Well, if you accept the view that Moses wrote this text and it was all dictated from God, then you don't have any problems with that. It was God told Moses, and Moses simply wrote. But what we know. Of course, it's in the third person there. Well, in our modern perspective of what we know here is that these were clearly texts written by human beings who were inspired by God, of course. And the only time the Torah claims that God wrote anything are only the Aseret Dibrot, 10 Commandments. It is a rabbinic notion later that God dictated the text to Moses. But the Torah itself never makes that claim. And what?
God dictated to Moshe, and Moshe dictated to Leviim before he died, the last chapter of Sefer Dvarim. So he told them that the whole story, they wrote it.
They dictate there's all kinds of ways, and of course he dictated to Joshua when Joshua wrote about his death at the end. So getting back to our text here, well, that's a whole different question. But what we see here in the opening chapter, and I want to point out another verse that's going to, I hope, connect the rabbinic and the biblical, and that is the very famous 27th verse, which is on your next page here. You know, you've read the rest of the text about the orders of creation. Vayivra Elohim et Adam b'tzalmo, and God created the human being in His image. Elim bara oto zachar and nekeva, male and female bara otam. God created them, and of course, God created them in the image of God. We're going to come back to that because that is the pivotal text here that's going to connect the rabbinic literature and the biblical. So what we see here in the biblical text is, you know, every time you read this is dramatic. This is incredible piece here. This is God entirely theocentric, God-centered. God does everything. God makes everything. It is powerful. It is orderly. It takes chaos and creates cosmos, creates the order of the universe. It's God-centered, and it is very, very dramatic. You know, when we read on Simchat Torah, and we have each day, and we recite, it's really something. Now, turn the page. This is where it gets interesting. We have the biblical. This is the chapter, that first chapter. If you want someone to say, gee, I want to read chapter 2 and chapter 3, this is a pretty darn good opening, this first chapter of Genesis. It's a pretty darn good candidate. Now, this is the opening chapter here of the Mishnah. And as we have heard, the Mishnah is the earliest collection of rabbinic texts. There are 6 sidarim, 6 orders, which includes family law, holidays, nezikin, criminal laws, the purification laws, Torot, Kedoshim, the sacrificial laws in the temple. 6 orders. The agricultural laws, brachot, and the first is a ra'im, the first order, and 66 different tractates of the 6 orders of the Mishnah, the first rabbinic literature. So, what I have copied for you here is the very first Mishnah in the entire collection. So, you would probably expect that there would be some dramatic pull, like we read in the Torah, to whet your appetite. Jordan's been asking me how to get started with Talmud. If you read the first Mishnah, you're supposed to get all excited here. But we're going to read this Mishnah, and we're going to try to figure out why this, in particular, is the first piece of rabbinic literature. And it's translated from the Korensteinels, which is very good. Me'ematai korina teshema ba'arvit. When do we recite the Shema in the evening at the Mariv service? That's a great opening question. Everybody's interested in that one. And the first answer is Misha'a sha'konim nifasim lechol betrumatam asof ha'ashmura harishona. So the first answer is from the hour that the Kohanim enter to eat their truma until the end of the first guard, the first session of the temple. We don't know exactly when that is. Let's see if my translation should be pretty close. You have all the translation there. That's one when you start the evening Shema, so it's hard to tell from that first one related to the rights of the Kohanim. But there's a second. That's the answer of Rabbi Eliezer. And then the Chachamim, the general opinion after that, Omrim, Ant Chatzot, until midnight, until the middle of the evening. It's not quite midnight because they had different way of dividing the hours. Very exciting. Rabbi Gamliel was the one who said that. Ad sheyale amud hashachar. So he said until you see the pillar of the dawn. And then there's a Maaseh, which is not terribly important here. But so the answer is, which thankfully is the halacha, you can recite the Shema in the evening until you see the first rays of the morning. Now this is very exciting, isn't it? This is why Baruch Spinoza, who became Benedictus Spinoza in 17th century Amsterdam, and he was excommunicated for saying this, he said, what kind of nonsense is this? This is legalistic trivia that I have absolutely no interest in. It's complete nonsense. It's shtuyot. After I read the Bible with the drama of the creation of the universe, this is what the rabbis teach us? What kind of any regular Jew seeing this could have any spiritual uplift at all? It's a good challenge. I see a lot of nodding heads here. And let's go to the second Mishnah. And the question I want you to think about is Spinoza right? Is this criticism valid? He saw the rabbinic law, the oral law, as a complete rebellion against the spirit of the written law, that it was a degradation of the written law. Of course, if you're a rabbi in Amsterdam in the 17th century, you don't take that too kindly. And so Spinoza had a rough exit from the Jewish community. So that's the discussion about the evening. And if you go to the second Mishnah, in the middle of the next page, what is it, like 2 pages down here? Yeah. So what's the second question? When can you start reciting the Shema in the morning? And the first explanation is, Misha Yakir Bein Techelet Lilavan. If you can see the difference between blue and white, I would assume, between the sky and whatever, then it's morning and you can recite the Shema. Rabbi Eliezer said, a little bit of a variation, Omer, Bein Techelet Lekarti. We really don't know what karti is, but it's some kind of a color that's even closer to the Techelet blue. So if you can make the distinction between perhaps I think they translate it as green leek or something, leek green. If you can make a distinction between a subtle difference between blue and green, then you know it's morning and you can recite the Shema. It's a little bit of a clarification there. And then Rabbi Yehoshua, whose opinion is thankfully the halacha, Omer, Ad Shalosh Sha'ot, until 3 hours. Now, in their days, they didn't have 24 hours. They had about 12 hours. So an hour was almost like 2 hours. So he was saying that you could recite the Shema up until the 3 hours, which is about 6 hours from the time of the breaking of the dawn. And he explains that, Shekain derech b'nei melachim lamod b'shalosh sha'ot, because it was the way of the kings, this is very important, the way of the kings to wake up around 11 in the morning, 12 o'clock. They slept in. And so therefore that became his guide as far as when we should do it. And then there's a clarification that's made, Hakore mikan ve'elech lo hifsid ki adam hakore v'Torah. And you can go from here and onward and not have any break, just like a man is reading the Torah. In other words, that's the halacha which says you can recite the morning Shema literally during almost at least halfway through the day. And that became the halacha, which in the early days they used to recite the Shema in a very limited period when they would wake up in the morning. Can you imagine if we had a minyan at 4:30 in the morning because we only had a half hour to recite the Shema? Those opinions were rejected. So These are the two opening Mishnayot. This is the opening of all rabbinic literature. This is the literature that's supposed to say, Rabbi, I cannot wait to study with you Mishnah and Gemara. So then the question is, why are these texts the opening to our grand rabbinic literature? That we are rabbinic Jews. We have been guided by rabbinic law and interpretation from the Mishnah and the Gemara since the rabbis invented Ishmael's hermeneutics and all this other material. What is going on here? Why are these sections the first pieces of rabbinic literature? And the question is there any parallel to the opening text of the written law in Genesis and Breshit? A question first. You're saying that they didn't have to be dramatic, it was just was given, and then they could spell out what all the things that... Well, okay. So the first opening in the Torah is about God. It's God-centered, it's theocentric. And here we have a text in which Eliezer, Yehoshua, the rabbis here, say that we are supposed to make the distinction between day and night, not God. We are supposed to do that. We, human beings, now create the distinctions of light and darkness. There's a reason why these are the opening Mishnayot here. I think it's a very important key here, which we're going to even see even spelled out more. And we see here this movement, as we've already discussed tonight, from God, the transmission from God to the partnership, as we have seen in the previous presentations, the partnership now with the human community. God creates, and now the rabbis are trying to determine what God has given to us. So let's look at the next text, which is, yeah. I know, but the idea is light, though. God's separating light from darkness. The rabbis are engaging in a text in which they are trying to separate light from darkness. Got it? It's very important to understand this key here. I understand. Well, they're using light in terms of our human dealing with light. It relates to how we serve God, the prayers that we recite in the morning and the evening. The big bang of the cosmological creation is huge. That was God-centered. Now we're dealing with the particulars of what we human beings are doing. Let's look at the next source. This might even make it even clearer.
Let's think of the Big Bang, thermonuclear energy, which is filled with light.
One possibility is that as Spinoza mentioned, but in a positive way, you could say, that the rabbis are rebelling against the written Torah. The written Torah is too too amorphous. It's too big. We're trying to bring that to earth. So this is a great source that I found. And this is from a lesser-known tractate in the Talmud called Tamura. And it's in the middle of the tractate. There's this famous, but I was able to track it down, so I was really happy to get it. In the middle of the page, and we're looking at the back part of the 4th page. I have it labeled at the top. Tamura, Ted Vav Bet, and Ted Zion Aleph. And here's the text. Well, we can look at the English in the middle of the page. First of all, let me introduce Rav Yehuda, who is the author of this particular text, since we're learning a lot about rabbis tonight. Rav Yehuda was a student in Babylonia of the 2 great rabbanim, Shmuel and Rav. Shmuel's academy was in, I'm trying to remember which one was in Nahardia and which one was in, and Surah and Hardia. Rav, Shmuel was in Surah and Rav was in Nahardia, and then Yehuda found his own yeshiva in Pumbedita. Those became the 3 most important places of rabbinic learning. So Rav Yehuda, was a student of Shmuel and Rav, who play a very prominent role in our Haggadah, in the 2 different variations of the telling of the story from the Exodus. And so this is the text here in the middle of the page. The Gemara objects. Well, you have to read the earlier part, but it's not necessary. Doesn't Rav Yehuda say that, and again, it just flows from the previous, you don't really have to know that there were 3,000 halachot that were forgotten during the days of mourning for Moses. 3,000 laws that we lost. This suggests that the sages who came immediately after Moses did not study Torah in the same manner as Moses. This is Steinsaltz's commentary. The Gemara answers, these halachot that they forgot were forgotten. But with regard to those halachot that they study, they would continue to study in the manner of Moses, our teacher. There are more. Yeah, we lost 3,000. There'd be 3,613. Turn the page. We don't have to read the whole thing here. But Rabbi Yehuda tries to then elicit the opinions of Shmuel and Rav here on how these halachot were lost. So in the middle of the page here, the Gemara returns to the matter itself. Rabbi Yehuda said that Shmuel says 3,000 halachot were forgotten during the days of mourning for Moses. The Jewish people said to Joshua, ask for guidance from heaven so that you can reacquire the forgotten halachot. And Joshua said to them, Lo b'shamayim hi, it is not in heaven. Once the Torah was given on Sinai, the sages of each generation must determine the halacha. No new halachot may be added or subtracted by heavenly instruction or through prophecy. Now, that's already anticipating where I want to get to this. The idea here is that, of course, it's a way of promoting the idea that that what was lost with Moses is now a responsibility of the people, of the rabbis, to interpret. So turn the page, and the theme continues. The next page we have, at the time of Moses' death, the people said to Pinchas, ask for halachic guidance from heaven so that you can relearn the forgotten halachot. But Pinchas said to them, it is not in heaven. So then that's Shmuel. Then Rabbi Yehuda then quotes Rav. Rav Yehuda says that Rav says, just before the time when Moses, our teacher, left this world and went to the Garden of Eden, he said to Joshua, ask from me all cases of uncertainty in matters of halakha that you have so that I can clarify them for you. Joshua said to him, my teacher, did I ever leave you for even one moment and go to another place? It's kind of an expansion of the issue here. Didn't you write this about me in the Torah? Be his minister, Joshua, son of Nun. A young man did not depart out of the tent. If I would have had any case of uncertainty, I would have asked you earlier. Immediately after he said this, Joshua's strength weakened, and 300 halachot were forgotten by him. It's not 3,300. And 700 cases of uncertainty emerged before him, and the entire Jewish people arose to kill Joshua because he forgot everything. It's unbelievable, as he was unable to teach them the forgotten halachot. And look at God's advice to Joshua here on what to do. So Joshua was supposed to transmit this, and he botched it up. He forgot. And the people were ready to kill him. And then it says here, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to Joshua, it is impossible to tell you these halachot as the Torah is not in heaven. But to save yourself from the Jewish people who want to kill you, go and exhaust them in war. What was the movie that was made about Clinton bombing? Yeah, that you invent a war when the politics get rough. That's exactly what God's advice was. Go ahead, conquer Eretz Yisrael, and the people will forget about the halachot that you lost. Now it came to pass after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord spoke to Joshua, son of Nun, Moses, saying, Moses, my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan. This shows that immediately after the death of Moses, God commanded Joshua to lead the nation into battle. So what is going on here? And there's a longer text here that essentially says the same thing, and that is that not everything that we have from Moses is with us. There are a lot of gaps in Moses, in the transmission that God gave to Moses of the Torah. But the comment of Pinchas in the early comment that the Torah is lo b'shamayim here, the Torah is not in heaven, is the opening salvo of rabbinic literature, that we are in a partnership with God now. God's not going to do this for us. We are going to have to determine right and wrong and halakha. And look what the rabbis did when they opened the literature. They dealt with the concept of dark and light, the same as Genesis 1. What they were trying to do, Spinoza was wrong here. This is an incredibly important text about the human partnership that the rabbis tried to teach the people not to be dependent on God any longer, that the Torah is for us to interpret. And we have all, the legends with Joshua and all that stuff. That's really not the important part here. But there are two traditions now. There's a written Torah and there's an oral Torah. There's a written Torah that is God-centered, theocentric, and there's a rabbinic Torah, which is anthrocentric, which is human-centered. And we have this great tradition that combined the written and the oral Torah in order to teach us not to rely on God himself, to begin a process of interpretation, of study, of learning, of creativity, all those things that really are, I think we mentioned at dinner, that the rabbis were so creative. They went out of the box with the idea of an oral law to teach us that we have this power, this partnership that God wants us now to continue his creation. The rabbis believed that God believed in the people and in the people to make Torah. And that's why we have the great connection here that I believe that the rabbis found, that the key verse is that God created us in the image of God, B'Tselem Elohim. And from that image of God, the rabbis understood that they had a responsibility to take the God-given abilities that we have, the blessings that we've had, the miraculous ability to see creation and be a real partner in creation. And that's why we have this connection, huge connection, between Genesis 1 and the opening Mishnayot of Brachot. That's what's going on here. Spinoza missed the beat. He took it too literally. He didn't see what the rabbis were trying to do. And this absolute brilliance in which they related the act of creation to when we recite the Shema. And that's what I believe is going on here. I have all kinds of Spinoza's dead wrong. The Torah is not about diminishing its power, but to the contrary, that this is a dynamic rabbinic Judaism based upon human authority. All of you here are part of this process. So the Bible, I always compared it like Plato. Bible is the ideal, and the Talmud is Aristotle, and that practicality is and the bigger picture. We move into this gray, this tension between heaven and earth, between secular and religious, between Hillel and Shammai, between authority and no authority. That's all part of the great rabbinic tradition that we've inherited. And Shavuot is about that partnership between God and the people of Israel. In Revelation, God speaks to us, and we speak to God. There's two different dynamics going on here. It was Louis Finkelstein, who was the former chancellor of the seminary, who I was in one of his last classes on the Midrash. Now, you probably studied with him, Avot Rabbi Natan. But you were there before me. He used to shuffle. Whose class? Heschel's class. I didn't study with Heschel. But Finkelstein was still there, and he was brilliant, even in his 90. He came to the seminary, and we'd see him walking down Broadway every day. And he said, when I pray, when I pray, I speak to God, but when I study, God speaks to me. And that's what we've done tonight. That's great. That's why I wanted to finish with these texts, because it's so important. I hope we have a whole world of studying the written word and the oral word, and we will be rich, rich, rich intellectually and spiritually. So I wanted to wrap up on that note. And let's see, how we doing? Oh, we're a little bit early. No complaints on that. Unless you have questions or comments, Ned?
I once heard a teaching that revolved around a similar issue, which is when should the evening prayers begin? When 3 stars appear. And the teaching I heard was, the question was raised, well, suppose it's cloudy. And the answer was,
yes.
The rabbi will decide.
Yes, then you have to guess.
And it was interpreted to me very similarly to this interpretation.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you agree with that?
I do. I do. You have to use a little cycle and common sense. And I think God has a good sense. I've always believed that our God has a good sense of humor in the kind of things that we... A good sunset count, right. So you're right. You have a good sense of humor. Don't take it, all this trivial stuff, don't take it. I think the rabbis wanted us, through all these detailed sources, to look at the bigger picture. Because that's what this is all about. Okay, everybody.